Because if you're not going to change the definitions, I'm telling you this right now, you will be an absolutely crystal clear, amazing looking Muslim, but you will be the biggest cancer in Islam. Now you tell me, Palestine is going on, now Iran is going on, tomorrow, God willing, Pakistan is going on. They've actually officially stated it. While Palestine's machine is still, being grinded and Muslims being killed every single day. It is not our hijabs or our beards. No one has a problem with that. It is the definitions of the Quran that they have a problem. That your book calls success something else. That's what it means when Allah says, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu kunu ansar Allah. You gotta be amongst us. Have you seen the Palestinian girls grabbed by the IDF? Not just their hijab, they're thrown down, beaten, raped, killed. And Muhammad in Lebanon and Sahil in Pakistan. We're protesting. I swear to you right now, Netanyahu is not the problem. Israel is not the problem. America, I swear to God, is not the problem. This boy has written the problem right here. Muhammad from Lebanon and Sahil from Pakistan is the problem. We are the perfect enemy of whoever wants to damage Islam. Because we're not going to do anything. And that's the masjid. And you know what you did with that? You gave it to the most incompetent man to do nothing with it. And he's bullying you with a stick, telling you your own beliefs, even though he does not even know what you believe in. And you guys went to Cambridge and Oxford and wherever. 4 professors flew, 2 from England, 1 from France, 1 from Germany. 4 professors, I know the names. They took a flight from these 4 countries, 2 countries to America on the 9th of October. 48 hours later, America gave Israel $100 billion. That is spirituality. Quran commandments are all political. आसिफ साहब, कुरान पाक ने फॉरेन पॉलिसी दी हुई है पाकिस्तान को. करारदाद मकासद में आपकी लिखा हुआ है कि कोई फॉरेन पॉलिसी या पॉलिसी कुरान के रिपग्नेंट नहीं होगी. कुरान ने कहा था जाओ फ़लस्तीन, लिखा है आयत में. तो हमने क्यों रिपग्नेंट टू कुरान पॉलिसी बनाई हुई? फिर कुरान में लिटरली लिखा है वमा लकुम ला तुकातिलूना फी सबिलिल्लाह वल मुस्तदअफीना मिनर रिजाली वन निसा. Why didn't we go there? Qur'an-e Maqasid has made sure we go there, but our army does not follow it. So if we are doing something which is repugnant to the Quran, do the math. Then you'll know the power of 20 million Muslims, only 1% of Islam, coming into your network, coming in as consumers only. If only 20 million people come into IMS, only one app, you can actually select the Prime Minister of Pakistan. That's the power you have. You can deselect any existing Prime Minister of Pakistan as well.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين. I seek refuge with Allah from Satan, the accursed, in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the fig and the olive, and by the Mount Sinai, and by this city of Makkah, a heaven of peace, surely we created man in the best mold, then we reverted him to the lowest of the low. Except those who have faith and do righteous deeds, this is a never-ending reward. Who then can give the lie to you, O Prophet about the reward and the punishment? Is not the Allah the greatest of all sovereigns? Sadaqallahu Adeem.
Do you want it? Let me introduce you to obviously he doesn't need any kind of introduction. So today's guest needs no introduction. We look forward to his transformative and revolutionary talk, which is sure to leave a lasting impact on the generation to come. Without any further ado, let's welcome Mr. Sahil Adeem. We need a mic for the kids. Guys, give the mics for the kids for now.
This one is for kids.
Okay, is it? Okay. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Yes, assalamu alaikum. This is strictly English, eh? Now give me a cue. English only? Anybody here who does not understand Urdu? You don't understand Urdu? Everybody understand Urdu? You do not? What's your name? Yeah. Mohammed, where are you from? Lebanon, okay, English only, eh? Is it for me? Thank you. Okay, so Bismillah, let's begin. What's the process here? You guys are gonna break the, you have some, there's a reason why we're on the stage, right? Okay, okay. Donuts? Okay. Okay, let's begin. Yeah.
Well, the first question would be if someone makes the intention to change their ways to become better and closer to the deen, where should they begin?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. At the beginning.
If someone makes the intention to change their ways to become better and closer to the deen, where should they begin?
I have all of this based on, see, there's a problem. I don't want to start with such a serious note, but, did you get it? I don't want to, can you hear me? Better? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You tell me.
Now it's better.
Oh,
Say something?
it's muffling, isn't it?
No, it's okay.
Now it's good.
Okay. So I'm going to build it up because you just asked me what the biggest problem in all of Muslims from Lebanon to Pakistan. All right. We're not trained as Muslims to put our money where our mouth is. Okay. Talk to action ratio. That's what I'm saying. That's what my one of my teachers from Lebanon. I was raised by a Lebanese guy. Okay. I was a Jordanian guy, but his mother was Lebanese. So he used to say that if there's no talk to action ratio, then please change your name. Even if you want to be a Muslim, do not call yourself a Muslim in front of other people. Because then people will think that Islam is about the heart only. Islam is not about the heart only. Islam is about actions. Islam is not a noun. Islam is a verb. So intention is something that every Muslim in the world, especially the people who are in positions that matter, people in power, people with money, people with influence, they have found this as an excuse that since I am a Muslim by heart, that is enough for me on the day of judgment. And they keep quoting this hadith of إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ, especially the women, our sisters. I'm telling you, what's your name? Ali? What's his? Ali. So I think he's three. He's three? Who's the mother or father?
Five.
He's five?
Five.
He's five.
Yeah.
Okay. So by this age, and you are to 24. Okay. London, eh? You're born and raised here? All you guys are born and raised here? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to get back to this because I want to stick to this. This bigger problem that we're actually facing is that people of age are transferring this very belief of Islam, and that is just a placebo. It's not Islam. I'm sorry. Because if innamal amalu bin niyat was the translation of that hadith was the way we actually perceive it, then Allah Azza wa Jalla on the Day of Judgment, can anyone, especially from the sisters, can just raise your hand. I don't want to embarrass you because we're not trained into Islam, we just love Islam. Can anyone answer the 3 questions that Allah Azza wa Jalla is going to ask on the Day of Judgment? Can just raise your hand if you know the 3 questions.
In the grave.
No, not in the grave. On the Day of Judgment, the first 3 questions that every human being, any Peter, any Frank, any Muhammad, any Ali, any Sahil, anyone from Tunisia to Indonesia, from Alaska to Auckland, 3 questions will be asked.
What's your religion? Is it that?
No. First, that's the sisters, see, the mommies. So if the mommies don't know, Ali's are not going to know. That little Ali's not going to know if the mommy's not going to know. Because daddy's at work. Daddy's thinking mommy's teaching. Mommy's not teaching. No. And it's not about one question or one idea of the question. See, the problem is that when we say, Amantu billahi, please complete it. Hold on. No, that's not the question. No, that's not the question. Let's not fluke it out. That's Islam, okay? I'll tell you, don't worry. That's why I said just raise your hands. If you know the answers, I'll ask you, don't worry. See, the problem is that we don't know the first thing that's going to happen on the actual day that we call the Day of Islam. Yawmuddin. So, innamal a'malu bin niyat is a totally different hadith. When Ali or Umar or Abu Bakr or Sa'ad, when they heard this hadith, they knew what it meant. They showed us what it meant. They lived their lives and died on Islam. We know exactly what happened to them. See, that's you use the word intention, right? That's why I'm saying that if somebody says, okay, you know what, I'm your friend, I'm sorry, I cannot believe it. What's your name, sir? Bilal. Where are you from?
From
Here.
Pakistan.
Oh, you're from Pakistan?
Yeah, back in Pakistan.
Who's not a Pakistani from you guys? All you guys are Pakistanis? Okay. No? Okay, so you're 24?
Yeah.
Okay. So if Bilal says, you know what, Sahil, I am your friend. You know, boys know, that a friend is a verb, friend is not a noun. We know that, we're boys. Because if somebody says I'm your friend, I'm going to put you to the test. Everybody does that, regardless of whether he's English or not. You guys are in England, you guys need a lot more friends than anyone else. Brown folks. You know what I'm saying? What's this for? Additional. Okay. Real?
So there is some echo coming from your headset.
इसमें echo आ रहा है.
Fix that.
Yeah?
That's better.
Yeah?
निकाल ली?
No, we're good, don't worry. The price, the return on investment is not that much.
Or at least fix this. Try during the service touches.
Yeah?
Slow जल्दी आ गया.
In testing, we had issue with that because it's too sensitive. If you can use that one, it's better.
I'm not gonna.
In that case, we're good to go.
Yeah, it's gonna change the whole tone of the program because my brain is, I'm not fully functional here. My dexterity is a hindrance with my brain. I'm sorry. So, ask me if you don't get it. Don't worry. Ask me. I'll repeat it. You have a question?
I have an answer.
You should have 3 answers. Because I asked what are the 3 questions.
She Googled it. The question that Allah will ask on the day of judgment.
You know the answers? Okay. Hold on to them. Don't worry. See, there are 200-300 people and only one girl knows the questions, right? 2. Okay, 2. So probability is, chances are, that Ali is not going to know. This Ali. He's not going to know. So if I say you're my friend, I'm your friend, you will actually test it subconsciously and consciously every single time you're going to get a chance. And the first chance that I'm going to miss out on, you are not going to call me again in any time of your need. It's an English phrase, isn't it? England's phrase. A friend in need is a friend indeed. So, when we say that just a little thing as a friend, because we have many friends, but we keep relying on our friends. Allah Azza wa Jalla in the Quran reminds Muslims that, and I'm going to give you an analogy of the friendship, okay? Because Allah does not use the word friendship just so casually. He uses the word friend, you know that? It's very word. Brother from Lebanon. Who else is an Arab here? Just one guy? So, what do you call a friend in Arabic? Let me show you what Allah Azza wa Jal says, okay? That's why I said Muslims, Pakistani Indians, learn Arabic. So that you can speak to Allah Azza wa Jal. And you can let Allah Azza wa Jal speak to you. Ali bin Abi Talib says, when I want Allah to speak to me, I open the Quran. And when I want to speak to Allah Azza wa Jal, I start praying, the Salah. Yeah, so, in Lebanon, what do you call a friend? And I'm talking about boys, when they use the word boys. What do you call it?
Do you want it from Quran or just?
No, I know what the word in the Quran is. Yeah.
From Quran, yeah.
Yeah.
Khalil. I think.
And what do you call it in Boytown? Boytown, boys, the slang.
Sahbi, we call it in Lebanon, but
Yeah.
in the proper Arabic, I'm not too sure.
Sahbi, yeah. That is. You don't speak Arabic in the house?
I mean, it's different accent every country, yeah.
Yeah, but the word is the same, right? The masdar is the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it actually means something. Let him have the mic. I want to use him as my anchor. I want people to learn Arabic. This guy is my asset. What's your name, sir?
Muhammad,
Allahu Akbar.
may Allah make us like very close to Him, inshallah.
So Allah Azza wa Jalla in the Quran says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kunu ansar Allah. So Muhammad, what does that mean?
Just follow what Allah told us to do, like.
Yeah,
follow
see,
the commandments.
English is not your first language.
No,
Yeah, that's why.
struggling.
I wanted a guy who's Arabic and English at the same time. He would have given me the real English of what real Arabic is. You're still, learning the ropes. So, Allah says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kunu ansar Allah. Kunu means be. Okay, be. Ansar Allah means be the helpers. That's the English word. Some dude who did not know English or he did not know Arabic at the same time wrote, be the helper of Allah. Do you think Allah needs help? Do you know if any Muslim who believes that Allah would require help? Then who would translate Kunu Ansar Allah as be the helpers of Allah? And he doesn't just, Allah Azza wa Jalla doesn't just stop here. He says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kunu ansar Allah. Kama qala Isa ibn Maryam lil hawariyina man ansari ila Allah. Just like Isa ibn Maryam said to his friends, his followers, that who amongst you is the helper of Allah? And what did the Hawariyin says? Nahnu ansar Allah. What did they do? What do you think the 11 disciples of Jesus did when they said, Nahnu ansar Allah? See, the problem is that Christianity in its philosophy does not have that assertion that Islam in the Quran has. And Christians are 3 billion. They did every single Philippines is Christian. You know how far that is from the King James Bible here in England? That's the farthest place on land. And you know, Philippines became Christian from what religion? Philippines is a Christian country. Before it became a Christian country, it was a Muslim country. You need to understand, the first few generations after our Prophet ﷺ were not just talk, they were action. They knew innamal a'malu bin niyat means action. Because the amal word comes before niyat in this very hadith. But we have no amal but niyat, and we think this hadith applies on us. Allah's Prophet said, innamal a'malu bin niyat. We think we qualify for this because we have a great heart. We want to do stuff. We have good intent. And I'm sorry, we're not qualified because the hadith says, innamal a'mal. Well, we have no amal. So, I'm telling you this right now, like it or not, the IDF is on a higher scale in the very principle, higher scale. Because whatever they believe in, they're doing exactly what their book is telling them to do. They're doing, the word is doing. And whatever our book is saying, we are literally doing nothing what the book is saying. So now ask me this question.
If someone makes the intention to change their ways to become better, closer to the deen, where should they begin?
So someone intends to
Change their ways to become
change their ways. So the first thing is to change the definitions. Because if you're not going to change the definitions, I'm telling you this right now, you will be an absolutely crystal clear, amazing looking Muslim, but you will be the biggest cancer in Islam. And on the day of judgment, you will be treated just like Hamza alayhi salam treated the Muslims from Mecca on the day of Badr. Do you know what happened to the Muslims of Mecca on the day of Badr? Bilal, they were your age, you know that? Between 17 and 24. Did you even know that they were Muslims in Mecca on the day of Badr? Do you think everybody migrated to Medina? There were still some boys who were daddies and mommies did not migrate. They couldn't. They were 18 boys. Well, there were more, but 18 of them were dragged into fighting Muhammad bin Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam because their families were fighting against him. So what they did was they gathered a little council. And they said, you know what? We don't want to fight our own Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Our folks are not Muslims. But we have no choice because they're going to beat us to be in Badr. They're going to beat every yard of the way towards Badr, and they will, and they did, by the way. They were beaten to join the army, and they went to fight the Muslims. They were Muslims. So they held a little council one night before. And boys will be boys. You know what? They were coming out shortcuts and everything, right? So they said, I have an idea. One of them says, I have an idea. What we'll do is, we will go there, obviously, but we will not fight. And we're going to sneak out into the lowest ranks, the farthest from the Muslims, and we're going to keep ourselves there so that we would not have to fight. And then come what may. And that's exactly what they did. They stood in the last ranks. They did not participate in the fight. And we all know what happened in Badr, right? So what happened to these 18 boys? Innamal a'malu bin niyat, right? They did not intend to fight. They did not fight. So what happened? Why am I the first person in your grown lives to talk about this? So Hamza, the uncle of the Prophet ﷺ, he called him out and he says, do you know what just happened because of you? Do you know what just happened because of you? The boy was like, sir, we know, and you know that we know, and we know that you know. We were not a party to this. Everybody knows. Now our folks have lost the fight, but you know that we did not participate. So Hamza alayhi salam repeated, he said, do you know what happened because of you? Answer the question. They said, no, we do not. So Hamza alayhi salam stood up and he says like this. He said, because of you, Abu Jahl, Abu Sufyan, Umayyah, Utbah, all of these guys, when they were fighting, they were coming in because of you guys. These 5 or 6 names that I'm telling you, they were not activated. They were going to come regardless of whether you joined them or not. Because of you, Allah Azza wa Jal, the creator of heavens and earth, he got activated and he had to maneuver a miracle. The whole universe came into action. And because of you, a miracle came upon Muslims that we were shown more to you guys than you guys were shown less to us. In the Quran, Allah Ta'ala talks about this miracle, and on the day of Badr, we made them seem less unto you, and we made you seem more unto them. You know what that means? That means numbers. And you 18 of you, you thought you don't matter? You changed the whole ball game at the universe level. You think your little council last night was not known to Allah Azza wa Jal? So they were Muslims and they were killed just like the kuffar by Hamza alayhi salam. Now you tell me, Palestine is going on. Now Iran is going on. Tomorrow, God willing, Pakistan is going on. They have actually officially stated it. They have officially stated it. And it's just 1, 2, 3. No, it's not 1, 2, 3. It's 27, 28, 29. 26 of the Muslim, martyrdoms have already happened in front of in the last 2 decades. Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan. You want me to go through the list? Everybody knows. Syria, then Iraq, then again Syria. All of this while Palestine's machine is still, being grinded and Muslims being killed every single day. And you know who we are? We are those 18 boys. If I only tell you, and you should read, the prayers of those 18 boys, the tears of those 18 boys, during the whole pre-Badr campaign, the true hearts of those 18 boys. And what did it amount to? It amounts to very simple common sense truth. That either you're with us or against us. It's not George Bush, it's Allah Azza wa Jal in the Quran. Either you're with us or against us. That's what it means when Allah Azza wa Jal says, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu kunu ansar Allah. You gotta be amongst us. You can't be around amongst us. Sorry. So Bilal, you need somebody in, what's this word, Slough? We're in Slough? Whatever. I'm sorry. I just do not know what this word is. Feltham, like filthy? Feltham? Or Feltham? Feltham. 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 So you need somebody in Feltham, boys, it's just somebody's just beating you up. And I claim to be your friend. How close do you want me to be that day when someone's beating you up on the street? How close do you want me to be? This close? Or this close? Is it good enough? How close do you want me to be?
Close.
This close is good?
Close, yeah.
And you're going to be safe?
No, I won't be safe.
You got to make sure that me being close is not good enough, right?
Yeah.
So you want me to do something else? What is that?
Help me.
By what? By doing what? Dude, I'm standing right here. Is not help enough?
No, but fighting.
Oh, you want me to actually do something physically?
Yeah.
But I came all the way from Pakistan to stand like this close, man.
No.
That's not going to cut it?
That's not good.
Even just on the street, it's not going to cut it. And you think? So I'm not a friend, right? So if I come close, you know what I'm doing? I am worse than a friend. Because I'm trying to show presence so that I can score some points. Not to you, because you know I'm not a friend. To everybody else that I was there. That's the value of the protests that you guys are doing in England. Now you tell me. Now ask this question again, Bilal.
The soul makes the intention to change their ways to become better, closer to their deen. Where should they begin?
Closer to their deen. Intentions. Closer. It's not going to amount to anything. And I'm telling you, these sessions, this session, million more sessions are not going to change anything. Because you've had these sessions before. It's not your first session. A Muslim man or a woman standing on the pulpit talking about the Quran or common sense. No, it's not going to change anything. So what happens? Why is there no change after a million more sessions?
No action taken. No action taken.
So what happens what's the difference between changing and attending sessions? What's the difference between intentions and that change that the boy is talking about? I'll tell you this right now, honestly. No doubts. You have a sister?
Yeah, my sister.
Or a brother?
No, brother.
Just how old is she?
One's 26 and one's 17.
Okay, they're too old to take care of themselves. So let's just assume that they are in trouble. And if I am standing close to her and she's in trouble, you think I am safe from you?
No.
I'm not safe from you, right?
No.
Yeah. Even though I came close.
Yeah.
But no, I am even worse than the guy hurting her. Because I had the muscle, I could have at least stopped somebody, but you'd be like, dude, after I'm done with this, you have no idea what I'm going to do to you. So the machine is there, the electricity is there, the circuitry is wrong. And that's what the Prophet ﷺ was talking about. He says, if this ummah is now one body, and one part of the body hurts and the rest of the body starts aching, then this is not one ummah. That means, Muhammad in Lebanon, sorry, either you're not a Muslim or I'm not a Muslim. Because when you hurt, I'm not going to do anything about it. I promise you this right now. I want to maybe pray, I want to protest, but I am not doing anything. So either you're not a Muslim or I'm not a Muslim, because both of us cannot be Muslims at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because your own brother, wherever he is, even if he's in Siberia, he's going to take the first flight to come and save you from whatever trouble you're actually in if he's your real brother. This age of a girl with hijab on, what's your name? Maryam, she was sitting on the stage like this. Not a stage, she was on the sidewalk. What do you call it? Pavement here? Pavement? And this guy from Banu Qaynuqa, a Jewish tribe, okay? What he does is, he takes up a nail and he nails her hijab on the pavement. No biggie. He didn't even touch her. She stands up and the hijab's taken off. That's all. Her head is unveiled. And they start laughing. That's all he did. They start laughing. She makes a huge cry that, oh my God, you are not safe anymore. You have no idea what you've done. Where did she get the guts to say that to the whole tribe of Banu Qaynuqa? See, if somebody does that to you in Feltham, you're not going to be able to do anything, let alone think that you're going to claim. That claim came true in 24 hours. You know how? You know how it got true? It became true? She stood up, she started crying. She said, you guys are all gone. You have no idea what you just did. And they were laughing because it was just a small practical joke on a Muslim woman. What? The hijab got turned off. In less than 24 hours, yours and my Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he stood center of Medina and says, no man left behind. Everyone in Medina was mobilized. And they all went to Banu Qaynuqa. And they chopped off that tribe from the face of the earth. They stood hid in their castle for 60 days. Prophet ﷺ, for the first time, you know what he did? He said, they're not coming out. Burn their trees, burn their crops. They were Jewish, they knew the law. They were like, you call yourself a prophet. You know in the Torah, you know in your own book that you cannot burn trees and crops. Even in the time of war. The Prophet ﷺ smiled and he said, and now you are going to teach me what the deen of Allah is? We're going to call out the rats, we're going to smoke your sewers. All the rats are going to come out. And they did come out. What happened, Maryam? Just a practical joke, hijab off the head? Have you seen the Palestinian girls grabbed by the IDF? Not just their hijab, they're thrown down, beaten, raped, killed. And Muhammad in Lebanon and Sahil in Pakistan, we're protesting. Sorry. This question, can you unlock this? See, most of the Muslims are not going to do anything, I'll tell you this right now, because it has become overwhelmingly a task. Overwhelming that, oh, I cannot do anything. This is the idea, this is Netanyahu, this is America, this is Europe, this is the West. It's like a million, billion, trillion kind of figures in dollars and in, shells and in bombs and tomahawks and in fighter jets and all of those, whatever's going on there, and I'm just one guy. That's not the problem. I swear to you right now, Netanyahu is not the problem. Israel is not the problem. America, I swear to God, is not the problem. This boy has written the problem right here. Muhammad from Lebanon and Sahil from Pakistan is the problem. We are the perfect enemy of whoever wants to damage Islam. Because we're not going to do anything. And you think that's a surprise? Our own Prophet ﷺ says to the Sahaba, you are in thousands and Allah has put the world right under your feet. How did the world come under their feet? We're going to talk about this. But there will come a time you will be in billions. He used the word billions. And you will be served like chicken on the dining tables of the world, and they'll be chopping you off and you won't be able to move a muscle because you'll be dead meat. The Prophet said, the Sahaba said, Ya Rasulullah, we will be in billions and we'll be served like meat and people will be eating us. The Prophet said, Naam, yes. The Sahaba said, Kaifa Ya Rasulullah, how is that going to happen? The Prophet said, Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam literally was speaking in psychology. He says, because you are going to suffer from wahan. Wahan, Ya Rasulullah. What is wahan? They asked. And they said, what's your name, ma'am? Mommy? You're a mother? Of mother of what? Mother of how many kids?
Three girls.
3 girls. How old are they?
20, 18 and 8.
Those are the names.
Aisha, Anasha and Abisha.
The Prophet ﷺ said, what's your name, ma'am?
Mehvish.
Mavish. He said, Mavish is going to start praying for 1,000 years for Aisha and Anasha and Abisha. Ya Allah, meri betiyan hazaron saal jiye. And Prophet ﷺ said, who's the father in the house? Who's got kids? You have kids? What's your name, sir? Usman Ghani. Usman Ghani. Your name is Usman Ghani. How many kids do you have?
For now, one.
You have, for now, 1. Yeah. The Prophet said to the Sahaba that you will be billions and mavishes are going to be afraid of death. And Usmans are going to be chasing big cars, big houses, wives, and bank accounts. That is wahan. It's not about what the wahan is. It is not, everybody knows what wahan is now. It is not about what wahan is. It is about what Sahabas did not have. This hadith shows the hard wiring of the psychology of the Sahabi. The word you use, Sahabi. Okay? That's the hard wiring. That the Sahabas did not get afraid of dying. That's not naturally possible. No, they were not afraid of dying. They were afraid of dying, but they were afraid of dying useless. They were afraid of dying, but they were afraid of dying without punching some real achievements. Were they not in the love of dunya? Of course, that's natural to love. In the Quran it says you love your boys and your girls and your daughters and your sons and your wives and your whatever you got. Well, it's natural. But the Sahabas, were they hardwired into loving dunya? Well, they were hardwired into loving dunya so that they can spend it, so that they can construct whatever is going to come on the Day of Judgment. And that's, by the way, sisters, the first question on the Day of Judgment. The first question is anti-wahan. The first question is against wahan. So in other words, the first question is, did you have wahan? Of course, not the first question. Because whatever the first question is, that goes literally against what wahan is. Because the first question is, when we gave you power, which means you can move muscles, you could talk, you can walk. When you gave you power, somebody with money, somebody with health, somebody whatever. When you gave, what did you do with that? So I, Bilal, can easily tell you what I do with my power. My wife and my kids. That's what my power's epicenter is. Actually, that's a scope is, not the epicenter. You're being trained to make sure your wife and kids only, even if you have to, whatever, sneak out from or snatch from his wife and kids. Because then you'll be a great father and a great husband. That's our hard wiring. That's the Muslim hard wiring right now. Yeah, I'm telling you this, right? You cannot be, you're not even going to have a friend on the street of Feltham if you don't have enough of a, resource. You're not going to get married. Are you married?
No, not yet.
Yeah, no, you cannot get married unless you live up to the wahan. I promise you this, sisters. If I give you a resume of a boy which you would, if you were looking to get married, and if I give you a resume of a boy, whatever checkpoints that you have, that is the exact opposite of what Islam demands. I'll do a litmus test. Any Sahabi that you know of, you would never ever marry if he were presented not as a Sahabi to you. You would be mourning that day when your parents would say yes to any of the name that you know of. Abu Bakr, Umar, Ali, Uthman. Well, you would marry some Uthman profile, but you would not marry for more than a day, because then you'll be like, if you had to do all of that, then why did you get married in the first place? You would never give your daughter, all three of them, to any one of those profiles, especially of Ali bin Abi Talib. You know what the profile of Ali bin Abi Talib in this planet was? Do you know Ali bin Abi Talib? Do you know his resume on this planet? A parent resume is? Do the math, you'll find out. So we are in the center of Wahan. When we are in the center of Wahan, we are going to procreate Wahan, recreate it in our own kids. Little babies, little Alis. That little kid, what's her name? Or his name, what's his name, boy or girl?
Girl.
It's a girl, what's her name?
Sophia.
Sophia?
Sophia, yes.
Sophia, okay. That reminds me, I have to talk about a certain character building program we just launched. So, this is the fitrah of Allah Azza wa Jal right in front of you. And you and me are going to combine together to corrupt every bit of that fitrah by putting as much wahan as we can. And in about less than 7 years, she will know exactly the color of the lehenga she's going to be wearing on her day of wedding. And even though she's going to be 7, all of these sisters knew that. She will know exactly the plate on the limo from the wedding hall to the hotel. How do you think I know that you know? We're in the same Wahan, the Muslim Republic of Wahan. So my only question is that Wahan is not a Muslim disease, it's a human disease. English suffer from it, Americans suffer from it, the Irish suffer from it. How come they have the power and we don't? That should be your only question. You know what I'm saying? So, the quick answer is, and I'm going to give you the long answer, that we are not even good at Wahan. We are so incompetent that we love the dunya and we can't even work toward getting it. And for that, Allah's Prophet said that, उर्दू में बताऊं? बदकिस्मत वो नहीं है जिसको आखिरत नहीं मिली. बदकिस्मत वो है जिसको ना दुनिया मिली ना आखिरत. So the Prophet said, whoever does not know Urdu, that the true misfortune is not about just the day of judgment. True misfortune is, in the light of Islam, that you couldn't even perform here, so you couldn't perform there, and hence you're doomed in both. Idhar bhi zaleel, udhar bhi zaleel. Even Abu Jahl in hellfire will be laughing at the Pakistanis. Like, dude, at least I got, you know who I was on the day? I was ruling you guys on that day, and here we're in the same. You were calling me Abu Jahl? You were swearing upon me? Like you used to look down at me? This is what Abu Jahl will be saying to us. So, Bilal, never use this word intention carelessly. Because the word intention means action. Because if you had no action, you did not have any intention in Islam. That's the standard of Islam. It's so basic. I just told you. Can't even call you a friend, man, unless you know I got to put my money where my mouth is. I got to show for it. I got to show every single bit of it. Actually, at your age, we got to show each other some blood for it. I don't do sign language. Oh, you're not talking to me? Okay. Yes, sir. Sorry. Yes, sir. Quick questions. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to start this. So I just touched a nerve. I'm sorry. I usually take questions pretty quickly. Touched a nerve. Why? Because everyone's playing the intention card in Islam. Sorry. If it were your daughters, you'd know whether my intention is good or not. If they were in trouble, and I wouldn't do anything about it. Okay? Ta'ziyah is not enough. Ta'ziyah is not enough. I need your blood. I swear to God, I need your blood. You need my blood. I need your money. You need my money. Allah in the Quran says, who's going to give money to Allah? Abu Darda said when this ayah came, Abu Darda says to Prophet ﷺ, Ya Rasulullah, Allah is asking for money. The Prophet ﷺ said, yes, Abu Darda, na'am, Allah is asking for money. So you got to give me blood, you got to give me money. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, hal adullukum ala tijaratin tunjikum min azabin alim, tujahiduna fi sabilillahi bi amwalikum wa anfusikum. Take your money out. You know why? Because that's going to take vahan out. Then anfusikum. What's going to take out? Vahan out. Amwalikum wa anfusikum, love of dunya and love of fear of death, both of them mitigated. Mitigated. That's the only way. So I need money from you? Yeah. You need money from me? Yeah. If I don't show you the money and my blood, I am sorry. I should call myself Peter or Frank. You know what? Why am I saying Peter or Frank? They're putting a lot of money and blood in their endeavors. Peter and Frank are doing awesome, actually. So, next question, sir.
My question would be, what's the role of Muslims in the West toward global change?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's actually why I'm touring the West. I only have hope from you guys. I'm telling you this right now. Pakistan, the masjid has fallen. Okay, the masjid has fallen in Pakistan. Because you're saying Muslims, right? So that's why I'm saying masjid. Masjid has fallen in Pakistan. The masjid has actually officially declared, that it is Islamic duty not to do anything for the global ummah. So the less you're going to do for the global ummah, the better Muslim you're going to be. That's where the masjid has fallen. I'm going to repeat that in Urdu. कि फ़लस्तीन का कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे, तब भी आखिरत में आपको कोई सवाल नहीं होगा. You are a better Muslim अगर आप ना करें, बस दुआएं किया करें. ये फतवा आ चुका हुआ है. Okay? ये हमारे चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ पे भी और हमारे नवाज शरीफ पे भी, हमारे इमरान खान पे भी और हमारे ज़रदारियों पे अल्लाह ताला ने he put all of them through the test. And all of them said, it's nothing to do with us. Okay? Because we put these people to do stuff, not to say stuff. अगर नवाज शरीफ भी दुआएं करने के लिए है तो फिर उसको वज़ीर आज़म किस लिए बनाया हुआ है? दुआएं करने के लिए तो मेरी अम्मी है.
ज़रदारी इमरान और इनको तो नहीं लेती, लेकिन हमारे घरों में भी ये है कि जी कोई मसला स्टार्ट हुआ है तो rather than you go for anything practical, कहा जाता है जी दुआ करें, वजीफे करें, और नमाज भी तभी पढ़ते हैं बच्चे जब एग्जाम्स हो रहे होते हैं और जी पास होना है. तो ये कल्चर जो है ये पाकिस्तान में हमारी अम्मियों से, हमने तो नहीं से सीखा. लाइक हमें प्रैक्टिकल करने के लिए ये नहीं कहा गया कि जी गो एंड डू दिस प्रैक्टिकली, क्योंकि इससे प्रैक्टिस से ही कुछ होगा. तो वो फिर जैसे सद्दाम हुसैन ने बड़ा अच्छा बोला कि अगर दुआओं से सारा कुछ होता तो पुराने पाक में जहाज का जिक्र ना था, बददुआओं का जिक्र कि जी बददुआ करें और दुश्मन आपका.
किसने बोला?
सद्दाम हुसैन.
सद्दाम हुसैन.
अच्छा कॉल था.
You okay? I did not know that.
दुश्मन को को मारना है तो सिर्फ बददुआएं करो। जिहाद का जिक्र भी कुरान में क्यों आया? यानी ये बददुआओं और दुआओं के वो सिलसिले हैं जो हमें दिए गए कि जी ये
पाकिस्तान में जहाद का मतलब क़िताल नहीं होता।
जी
पाकिस्तान में जहाद का मतलब होता है मैं अपने ऊपर बर्दाश्त किया करूं। Okay. नहीं सबर नहीं, सबर नहीं। Sabr is a word that has been most misused in Muslims. Sabr has a condition in Islam. The word sabr, okay? Hamza alayhi salam went to the Prophet right before the Badr, of course, in Makkah, and he was like, being persecuted. We've been persecuted every single day. Ya Rasulullah, tell us to fight now. Tell us to fight. Prophet said, Isbir Hamza, Isbir. What is Isbir, Muhammad? Be patient. But that same Hamza did whatever he did after Allah's commandments had come down to now fight. Now, we in Pakistan or India or even in the Arabs, we think sabr means that if I'm hurting you and you taking it, that's sabr. That is not sabr. Okay? All the Muslim clerics that I've ever heard, exceptions are from some age that I was trained by, some Arabs. But all the Muslim clerics right now that you know of are giving you the wrong definitions of sabr. Because they're not putting the conditions in. You cannot do sabr if you cannot do anything about it. Okay? Sabr is when you already have a choice between sabr or something else. You need to understand. मीनिंग नहीं इसकी साइकोलॉजी गलत है, ये मीनिंग नहीं। इसकी सब्र की नफ्सियात होती है कि मैंने पहले सारी प्रिपरेशन कर ली हुई है, उसके बावजूद अल्लाह ताला की मदद नहीं आ रही, तो सब्र। अगर आपकी प्रिपरेशन नहीं है तो आप सब्र के लायक नहीं हैं। वतवासौ बिल हक इज फर्स्ट एंड देन वतवासौ बिल सब्र। व्हाट डिड यू डू फॉर वतवासौ बिल हक? नथिंग। Then you cannot qualify for sabr. Sabr is a very high degree for the mighty and the power, the people who've done their homework. Okay? So, you cannot do sabr unless you have a choice to do something else as well. And you make sure that, you know what, I'm not going to do that because I know that there's a lot more complication there and I could be wrong there, so I'm going to do sabr. But we are not on haqq. We cannot be on sabr. If you're not on haqq, you cannot be on sabr. Okay? You need to understand, especially girls. Sisters, most of you sisters are on sabr psychology. That's not, I'm sorry. That is not sabr. That's just cowardice, timidity. You guys are timid and coward. I'm sorry. You're my sisters. I can say that. Okay? One black dude can call another black dude. Just like one Pakistani Muslim can talk to his Pakistani sister and say, आप लोग हक पे नहीं हैं, हक पे आ जाएं, मेरी बच्चियाँ ये सारी जो बेटी क्या नाम है बच्ची का? ज़ारा, इसकी आखिर स्टेक पे लगी हुई है। मेरे और आपने जो करना था कर लिया, इसको तो नहीं ख़राब कर सकते ना। ये छोटी बच्ची आखिरत में आपकी सबसे बड़ी सज़ा ये नहीं है कि आपका नाम क्या है कि हफ्ज़ा को आग लगा रही हो। आखिरत की सबसे बड़ी सज़ा है आपके सामने ज़ारा को खड़े होकर इसको आग लगा रहे हो। एक सेकंड के लिए इमेजिन तो करें, इसको फरिश्ते आग लगा रहे। Do you have the guts to imagine that? No, come on, you have to do that. That's the Quran telling you. So, जब बम फटता है ना फ़लस्तीन में तो असली आग निकलती है और असली ज़ारा को लगती है, वो हमें नहीं लग रही। इसको हल्का सी आँच आएगी तो आप आसमानों में चली जाएंगी आपकी चीखें। So make her a savior of all the Zaras. Don't make her, plus you girls are playing the victim card a little too much. Victim is not a hero in Islam. Hero in Islam is whoever saves the victim. Victim here is a victim there. It's a very simple philosophy. Victim here in this planet is a victim there in that planet. Yes, ma'am, you have a question?
मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि एक्शन के लिए
हम एशियन लेडीज़ के पास गोल्ड बहुत ज़्यादा है तो हम लोग अपने कहा भी था कि आप मस्जिद को कनेक्ट करेंगे ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप शुरू कर सकें तो गोल्ड अगर हम सब लोग करें और और या मकबूल जान ने बताया था कि पाकिस्तान में भी ऐसे होते हैं कि आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप शुरू कर सकते हैं so like you join our gold and stuff and to start
Good idea. I'll tell you what you guys are going to do.
because
I'll give you an idea right here. The masjid idea, that Hayal al-Falah project.
yes.
The first thing you're going to do is you're going to convert this masjid into a giving building, not a charity begging building. Masjid in Islam is not a beggar. You need to convert your masjids into business centers and make sure Muslims are being fed by the masjid, not the other way around. Invest. We need financial capital. We do not need your money. We need your profits. We need your strength, your muscle. You're not going to give us anyway. We're Muslims. We're not beggars. No, I'll tell you. I'm answering your question. Listen. Your gold or whatever you have, you should know where to put it. You know how much real estate England has in masjids? The number one, bar none. There's a daylight between number 1 and number 2. Number 1 real estate in England is owned by Muslims, and that's the masjid. And you know what you did with that, you English Muslims? You know what you did with that? You gave it to the most incompetent man to do nothing with it, and he's bullying you with a stick, telling you your own beliefs, even though he does not even know what you believe in. And you guys went to Cambridge and Oxford and wherever. सवाब नहीं है वो, गुनाह है, गुनाह है. सॉरी, कैंसर के सेल को तेल देना गुनाह है. That's it. इसको स्टेबलाइज करें. बर्मिंघम में, you know Shahid Bhatt in Birmingham? Look him up. I just spoke to him. We spent the whole 2 days together on the road. He's showing me real estate. It's like, what can you do about this? A Muslim man has enough dignity to start crying then when the masjid is begging Muslims. Your health plans, your education plans should be funded by the masjid. And you can do that if the masjid is making money. That's what the Masjid al-Nabawi was doing. Masjid al-Nabawi was not even a single dirham. Na'udhu billah would Masjid al-Nabawi kuch chande mangegi kabhi. Masjid al-Nabawi was feeding the Muslims, educating the Muslims. How? Because Muslims were taking up all of those challenges जो आप लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं. आपको पता है, the biggest, you guys are Pakistanis now, come on, you guys should know. पाकिस्तान से top 3 contenders इंग्लैंड आने के क्या कैटेगरीज हैं, आपको पता है इस बात की? जो वीज़े लगवा रहे हैं आप लोग, वर्क वीज़े, टॉप 3, इलीगल की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लीगल. वर्क की बात कर रहा हूँ, स्टूडेंट नहीं. Listen to me. All of those healthcare industry plans can be hosted from your masjids. King Charles is going to start coming, hugging and kissing you guys. Right now, you know what he thinks? He thinks you're pests. You know how I know that word? Because they made a whole movie about us. The English church made the movie called Pest. Look it up. I don't know why you haven't seen that movie. Have you not seen that movie? It's called The Pest. Starring me and you. That's about Muslims, especially the Desi Muslims in England, of what they're up to and what they're doing. Real stats, real figures, real numbers, real scenarios. हम तो पाकिस्तानी हैं, हमें तो पता है हमारे पास अफ़गानिस्तान उस तरीके से, हम अफ़गानियों को ऐसे देखते हैं जैसे किंग चार्ल्स हम सबको देखता है यहाँ पे. You guys are not old enough, I was not born yet, but you know, news is, and you can ask the old folks, कि पहले पाकिस्तानी बंगालियों को ऐसे देखते होते थे कि ये किधर से बीमारी ज़्यादा लोग आ गए, गंदे ऐसे ना. हमारे आबाओ दादा ऐसे करते थे, तौबा इतने कोई गंदे लोग हैं, इनके मोहल्लों में जाओ तो कंताफुन की फजा होती. Remind you of Ilford? Doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I went to Ilford. I was there yesterday. It's not that bad? You mean not as bad as the sewage system? Yeah, maybe not. Come on, we're Pakistan mein koi nahi sun raha, fikr nahi kare. The police, the council, no one's listening. What do you think? It's a joke? You think it's a coincidence ke sara ka sara gora bhag deta jahan pe Pakistani enter hote hain? What do you think they run away? They don't like the way we look? Come on, at least be honest with each other. Yes, our standards of life are pungent. ज़्यादा दूर जाने की बात नहीं है. अफगानिस्तान की बस्तियों में इस्लामाबाद जाके देख लें. इस्लामाबाद में क्या हूं ना मैं. We cannot cross those areas जहाँ पे अफगानी आगे सेटल हो गए. मुस्लिम ब्रदर्स हैं मेरे वो. They're my Muslim brothers. Actually, they 5 वक्त की नमाज वो नहीं कभी मिस करेगा. पाकिस्तानी फिर मिस कर देगा. So everyone's wrong, but we're right. Arabs treat us just the way we're living there. You know the biggest. Give me this. Give me the slider. I'm going to show you the stats. Fikr na kare. I brought the homework. I have the numbers. You know the bottom performing community in England, number 1 is. You know what number 1 is? The best performing community is the Jewish. Jewish is not a community, it's a religion. Pakistani is not a religion, it's a community. You cannot say Pakistani and Jewish. You can say Muslim and Jewish. Okay? So when you say Pakistani and you want to put a Jew on the other side, you got to put some community there. So in other words, 22,000 professors in England, real professors, registered. Half of them, 9,500 of them are Jewish. Not from Poland, not immigrated from Romania or Germany, they're just Jewish. You know how many Muslims there are? Muslim professors in England? Boys, focus. What's your name? Who's the youngest of them all? You're 12? You're 12. Finally, I spot a 12, a real 12-year-old who looks like a 12-year-old. What's your name? Zayon. Oh, Zion. Zion, okay. Okay, Zion. 22,000 professors. Google it up right now. I'm speaking to you with updated statistics. Google them up. 22,000 professors. Half of them are coming from a single book. The Jewish. How many Muslim professors in England? Google them up. 109. They 10,000. We 109. You know how many Pakistanis there are? 3. No, hold on. They're 9. Somehow we call them Pakistanis. They don't. You know, Jamil the Jimmy ho gaye na. Yeah. Sumaira thi Sam ho gayi wo. Yeah, there are Sam. Uska naam hi Sam hai. उस Sam को मैंने डबल क्लिक किया तो नीचे सुमेरा लिखा हुआ है. She was a Sumaira converted into Sam. She didn't even look like a Sumaira. The reason why I was double clicking was to find the ethnicity, right? The full name. And you know what are the faculties of the Muslim professors? Imagine that. That's where the cherry on the top is. Make sure you understand your question. That's the change. That's where the action is going to be. Muslim professors are in gender studies. So Sam is not a girl anymore. The Muslim professors. And Jimmy is not a boy anymore. And you know what their professors are? You know where their professors are. Mathematics, physics, political science, law. Okay? About 800 of them, business. Rest of them, these 4 categories. That's what the Quran was telling us. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ مِنْ قُوَّةٍ. And you know what, Zayan? Pakistanis are the bottom 2% of England. Bottom 2%. I am coming from Edinburgh to every city, and this is my second or third last session in England, this tour. This is my third tour. You name a city, I've been there, spoken to parents. I've been in gatherings, in circles where uncle बैठे होते ना, uncle cigarette पी रहे होते, halal चाय के साथ. You know what they're aiming for? Uncles are aiming for ज़्यादा welfare कौन secure कर सका है. ये घर के बुजुर्ग हैं हमारे. ज़्यादा ज़कात कौन सिक्योर कर सका है. And I'm telling you this, अल्लाह की कसम, सुम्मा अल्लाह की कसम, अफगानी पाकिस्तान में ज़कात नहीं लेता, मर जाएगा ज़कात नहीं लेगा. और हम उनको बेशर्म और बेगैरत हम कहते हैं उनको. फिल्थी मैंने कहा उनको अभी, यस, मगर ज़कात नहीं लेता वो कभी. कभी देखा आपने अफगानी ज़कात भीख मांगता हुआ? कभी देख भी नहीं सकते आप. आपने समझा ही नहीं इसका मतलब है, इस्लाम का मतलब कि अगर आप ज़कात मांगने पर भी ओके हो गए हैं तो वो भी एक गैर मुस्लिम लैंड में आके. So I respect that cab driver in England. I love that cab driver who knows, खून निकालो मेरा, मैं 12, 14, 20 घंटे टैक्सी चलाऊंगा ताकि मेरा बच्चा कैम्ब्रिज में जाए, ताकत में आए, पॉलिसी बनाए. एक नस्ल कुर्बान करूंगा, अगली नस्ल ताकत में लाऊंगा. मगर ये काम नहीं करूंगा कि अपनी डिग्निटी जो है ना वो अपने बच्चों के अंदर ज़ीरो कर दूं. It's okay to aim for it. I'm not doubting those people जो कि genuinely needy. But I'm not going to respect that man who's aiming for it. He is actually designing his life around this. So you tell me, where should I begin? I know where to begin. I have the whole plan. But first zero पे तो आए हम, -247 पे खड़े हुए होंगे, -247 पे. मेरा प्लान तो 0 से 1 पे जाने का है. 0 इज ओके राइट नाउ. ये हालात हो चुके हुए हैं कि सर अभी तक मैंने कुछ ऐसा नहीं किया जो आप बोल रहे हैं. मैं हूँ 0 पे, अगर कुछ ऐसा नहीं किया. ये क्वालिफिकेशन हो चुकी है हमारी. Every lawyer that I've actually, because I had to speak to a lot of lawyers here, solicitors you call them, right? Solicitors. 13 सोलिसिटर से बात हुई है मेरी. एंड आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि हर ऐसा है, मगर 13 का सैंपल मैंने लिया बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाटएवर रीजंस. और 13 के 13 ने कहा सर लॉ को छोड़ें सर, टेक्निक बताता हूँ. टेक्निक तो मुझे आनी चाहिए, लॉ तुझे आना चाहिए. देसी सोलिसिटर्स लॉ ही नहीं, जुगाड़ लगाने की कोशिश करते हैं. And they think that they are better than the white lawyer or the Jewish lawyer or the this lawyer or the African lawyer. Are you kidding me with this? You're the only man who should know the book. But no, book sir, law शॉ कुछ नहीं, मैं बताता हूँ चलता क्या है इधर. So that's the problem that you and I are going to change in Zayan. Zayan, you need to be disowned by your own elders if you do any of this. But your elders, if they recognize and respect you for it, they are the problem for you. Netanyahu is not that problem. By the way, in Israel, the real law is followed by every Jewish or anybody else. It's us who break the law in our own lands. That's why they rule us. Okay, so let me just take the questions quickly, and then, because I need you to, because this is the real thing. This is not intention slides. These are action slides. And I need that action from mothers especially.
Like all of us put our gold in, and then with that money,
What's your name, ma'am?
Kiran.
Kiran, how old are you?
I am 44.
Listen to me, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, okay? You don't have to sugarcoat it. Did you earn that gold?
It was given in
There you go, bas, that's it.
Yeah. But it's
No,
mine. It's mine.
no, it's yours. Oh, really? Did I ask you whether it's aapka hai ki nahi hai?
Yes, it's
No,
mine.
Mom, you know what the difference is now?
Yeah.
I need you girls to understand that you need to be emotionally independent. आपसे कब्र में ये सवाल हुआ और आपने जवाब दिया, ये तो मेरे शोहर से पूछ लें. तो मुनकर और नकीर ने पता है क्या ना आपको? You don't have to wait for my answer, right? You know. ये वाले सवाल का जवाब तो अबू से ले लें सर.
But the ladies who own it, I'm talking about those ladies.
I'm talking about those ladies who made it.
Yeah.
Okay? Just like every boy. किसके पास गोल्ड है जो किसी ने दिया हुआ हो? एक भी नहीं. हालांकि हमारे ही भाई बैठे हुए इधर. पहनने वाली बात तो की नहीं मैंने. किसी के दिए हुए कुछ नहीं होंगे, सबके अपने बनाए हुए होंगे. You understand me? I know. ओहो, बात कहीं और चल जाएगी, बात कहीं और चल जाएगी. तो किरण, you need to understand that Oriya Maqbool Jan is talking about financial independence of Muslims. Okay? आप कह रही हैं सर क्यों ना सारी लड़कियां शादी कर लें, गोल्ड आएगा, गोल्ड फिर मस्जिद में डाल दें. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
The ladies
own
who own how?
gold.
How?
But,
Whatever. Really? But whatever. तो चोरी भी कर लो खैर है ना?
no, through Hakmer
Through Hakmer.
or through work.
So our plan is to work. Your plan is to marry.
No, what I'm saying is
Kiran,
through inheritance,
through daddy dying, husband dying.
खुद भी बनाया हो.
Do you get what I'm saying, right? Oh, come on, Kiran. I know what that you want to give. I swear, I absolutely, I can see the glitter of that gold already. Pure intent. कुंदन है वो, सोना भी नहीं है, कुंदन है वो जो आपके पास पड़ा. इतना खालिस है. आपकी नीयत पे नहीं शक कर रहा हूँ. मैं आपको ये बता रहा हूँ, पर्सपेक्टिव बदलें. Okay, make women come into the actual dignity of Islam that you can call decisions. Right now, you're not calling any decision. Somebody gave you a goal, temporarily you have that decision-making power. It goes, your decision is gone. You understand me?
वो ये कि आप जब आपने कहा था कि आप मस्जिद
इतना इजारा मेरे पास आओ. इस सारा को सोना कैसे बनवाऊं बताएं? क्या शादी कराऊं इसकी?
No, sir.
ये कैसे सोना बनाएगी? How is she going to make that goal? Look at her. Look at her. Tell her to become an active Muslim. What is she going to do? Get married?
No, I'm not saying get married or stuff like that. Marriage is not the solution for everything. लेकिन मैं कह रही कि उसको यानी कि अगर like Muslims who come
Who already are married women, उनके लिए तो आपके पास solution है. जिनकी शादियां नहीं हुई वो कहाँ से क्या करें?
like start their own businesses या जो भी उनके पास डिग्री है ये कुछ देखेगा with idea.
बताता हूँ वो क्या है. अभी बताता हूँ बेटा.
And they can start their entrepreneurships and
Thank you.
businesses.
Thank you.
और आप कह रही
I'll tell you, don't worry. Listen, Islam is, listen, do you think women will be asked different questions in the day of judgment or in the grave? But Pakistani women think like this. Yeah. उधर औरत कार्ड नहीं चलना. फरिश्तों ने जेंडर कार्ड नहीं खेलना. आपको पता है उल्टा चलना है. औरत देख के दोज़ख में डाल रहे होंगे वो. You know that, right? I have daughters, for God's sakes. You need to make some role models out of you. Otherwise, who are they going to follow? They cannot follow me. ज़्यादा औरतें दोज़ख में हैं. औरत कार्ड नहीं चला उधर. साफ समझ आया? क्योंकि औरतें औरत कार्ड खेलने गई थी, वहाँ फेल हो गई. परफॉर्मेंस थी नहीं, सीवी थी नहीं. So is the angels. So are the angels. They're against the women card. They're like, you gotta show some performance. Put your money where your mouth is.
और हम तो इतनी अच्छी जगह पे हैं कि we can do make a difference. लेकिन हम
आपको पता है हज़रत उमर की फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर एक औरत थी, जब उसने रिज़ाइन किया तो दूसरी भी हज़रत उमर ने औरत ही रखी। और पाकिस्तान में औरत का काम करना हराम है। तहखानों में जाके नमाज पढ़ो, मोमिनाई की निशानी, ये पाकिस्तानी मौलवी बोलते हैं। उनको पता चल गया इस्लाम का, हज़रत उमर को नहीं समझ आई। हज़रत उमर को इस्लाम नहीं आ रहा था, इलियास साहब को इस्लाम आता है मियाँ वाली में। क्या बात है ना। तो ये डेफिनेशंस गलत जाएंगी तो बच्ची ऐसी होगी, डरेगी फिर। एवरी पाकिस्तानी मुस्लिम मैन, मोहम्मद फ्रॉम लेबनान, एवरी पाकिस्तानी मुस्लिम मैन, as soon as he starts getting money, he starts feeling like a criminal in Islam. He thinks he's going to go to hell now. Our wiring is done in this version of Islam like this. Allah says, وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ, gather up, muster up whatever you can. And we, no sir, you know what, मैं तो मोटरसाइकिल पे आता हूँ अपने मदरसे अभी तक, मैं इतना सच्चा मुसलमान हूँ। ये जुमले सुन रहे हैं ना आप यूट्यूब पे, ये निशानी है इस्लाम में। मैं मोटरसाइकिल पे आता हूं तो मैं बहुत बड़ा मुसलमान हो गया हूं। इमेजिन दैट। आप इनकॉम्पिटेंट है सर, इसलिए आप अभी तक मोटरसाइकिल पे आते हैं। अल्लाह ने कहा था, और टैंक खरीद, कौन कह रहा है जाके फरारियों में आओ, और टैंक की ताकत क्यों नहीं है तुम्हारे पास? वाई डू यू आर नॉट फाइनेंसिंग फैक्ट्रीज एंड रिसर्च सेंटर्स एंड इवन यूनिवर्सिटीज? वाई? बिकॉज सर हमारे पास क्या, हम तो मोटरसाइकिल पे आते हैं। हैरत की बात पता क्या, लड़कियां मोटरसाइकिल वालों से शादी भी नहीं करती। किसने जी नहीं, किसने कहा है? आपके बेटे एक्सेप्शन है, मैं रूल बता रहा हूँ। क्या रूल बताए ना।
पहले गाड़ी पूछी गई कि गाड़ी कौन सी उसके पास?
आपके बेटे से? बेटे वाली तो मेरे सामने भी ना आए ना, क्योंकि जब बेटे वाले पूछने पे आते हैं ना तो वो पूछते नहीं हैं, वो नापते हैं और उसके बाद खींचते हैं। आप नहीं है ना, आप एक्सेप्शन हैं। आप रूल क्यों नहीं मान रही हैं? आप सब जहेज दे के नहीं आई हुई? आपके अब्बों की नाक नहीं कटी जब जहेज नहीं दिया था? तो नाक की सलामत है, देते नहीं। और आपकी सास ने आपको छोड़ दिया। एक्सेप्शन है आप, एक्सेप्शन। और बेटा मुकाबले को आर वी इन डिनाइल? आप लोगों को पता नहीं आप जहेज के मतलब, एक मिनट रुक जाएं, होल्ड ऑन, टर्न द कैमरास ऑफ। सच बात करते हैं। ये कौन, ये कोई रूल, ये नॉर्मल बात है जो कर रही है? मेरी शादी थी, सुन लें, कहीं दूर कहाँ जाते हैं, और मैंने कहा भाई जहेज अंकल जहेज नहीं होगा, एंड दे सेड बेटा फिर शादी नहीं होगी। ये लड़की वाले थे, एंड ऐसे क्यों? कि तो बेटा आप ना जितने मर्जी बड़े मोहम्मद अली जनाब बन जाएं, ये एग्जैक्ट जुमला है उनका, हमारे अपने ख़ानदान में भी हमारी बेटी की ना इज्जत मेंटेन हमने करनी है। ये आपका डिसीजन नहीं है। You understand me? So you know what I said? I said फिर आप अपने ख़ानदान में शादी कर लें, क्योंकि ये हमारा कल्चर नहीं है। कहते आपके अब्बा ने जहेज नहीं लिया था ना? ऐसे मेरे अब्बा तो अभी ज़िंदा नहीं है, मगर लगता नहीं है कि उन्होंने जहेज लिया था। और मेरे अब्बा से थोड़ी शादी कर रहे हैं वो, उस लड़की की मेरे से कर रहे हैं, तो मुझसे पूछे ना। आपकी बेटी की असल में यहाँ इज्जत ख़त्म हो जाएगी, उसका शोहर होना है, उसकी आपको कोई टेंशन नहीं। मगर फलां पुप्पो के फलां ससुर के फलां देवर ने क्या कमेंट करना आपको मसले हैं, तो इस्लाम ना खेलें। परफेक्ट पाकिस्तानी हैं आप, इस्लाम से निकलें और पाकिस्तान में ही रहें, क्योंकि अगर आपने पाकिस्तान से निकलना है तब आपको इस्लाम नज़र आएगा। कहीं और बात जा रही, बेटा जल्दी से क्वेश्चन करो। ये असली मसला ये है, डोमेस्टिक इश्यूज इन पाकिस्तान। So now my problem. I've given up, I'm telling you. Auntiyon pe I've given up, uncles I've given up. I need Zayans. I need those Zaras. I'm telling you as a Muslim, I'm not supposed to do that. But time ही नहीं है भाई. We do not have time कि मैं जुलैखा और सलीमास को बचा रहा हूँ, सिर्फ Zaras and Zayans. Okay? Yes, say that question again, please. Your question. I'm not sure whether I've answered it, right?
What's the role of Muslims in the West toward global
There you
change?
go. No, your question is the reason why I came here. Make sure. I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna be opening this slide. Yes, sir.
What is one step those born into Islam need to take to better understand the meaning of their Islamic identity?
Dude, you were really born here, aren't you? Say that in English, man.
Well, what is one step those born into Islam need to take?
What did he say? What is that? One step?
One step those born into Islam.
Those born into Islam. Okay, yeah.
Need to take to better understand the meaning of their Islamic identity.
What's your name?
Muhammad.
Muhammad. Who's a citizen of England here? Let me give you an example. Such a beautiful question. It's a delicious question. Citizen of England? Everyone else is not a citizen here? Raise your hands, please. Raise your hands, right hands, please. It wasn't. Raise your right hand like this. Yeah. Yeah. And now say, God save the king. So, Muhammad, these people, they were consciously made English. You are subconsciously English. They knew exactly what being English meant because they were tested for it. They were asked questions. And if they couldn't answer the question, they couldn't be English. You know what I'm saying? Now, they had to do a lot of stuff to study and understand what being English is, consciously. And now they're following all the rules of being English, right? On the street, in the malls, in the homes, and everywhere, okay? That's why they know when the council taxes due and how much and what, everything. You were born into it. So you're not going to be that English because you're going to take it for granted. That's the difference between a Sahaba and us. They, from before Islam, they consciously went into Islam and they knew what they were getting into. We were just given Islam without even knowing what it is. Now, the difference between these girls and boys who raised their hands because they sworn themselves into England is that they were swearing for the ease of being in England. Understand, let me look at the camera when I say this, rest of England and America, especially the Canadians. They swore into England, they could see the color of the passport changing in their minds when they were doing this. Good or bad heart doesn't matter. Us waqt innamal amalu binniyat kidhar tha? Really? Where was that hadith at that time? Just a question, eh? So they were eased into England. Sahabas did not come for the ease, they come for the difficulty. That's the difference between a Sahabi and us. When the Sahabi was converting into Islam, he knew my jaan bhi gayi, पैसे भी गए, बच्चे भी गए, ख़ानदान भी गया, इज़्ज़त भी गई. यहाँ पे ख़ानदान में जय जयकार, इंग्लिश हो गई है, मेम हो गई हैं, पाउंड आ गए, तेरी ज़बान से अंग्रेज़ी बोलती हैं अब आपने. You're too young for that. You had no idea what the aunties went through. Trust me. I know you make fun of those aunties. You all know that. It's all right. Sahabas saw all blood, death, divorces, dissonance, exiles, their own kids martyred right in front. They see it before even it would happen. They knew when we say, "Oh Muhammad, I believe what you're saying. I believe you're a prophet." That means everything else is gone now. Today could be my last day. That's the psychology of the Sahabi coming into Islam. And these people who were sworn into England, that's the exact opposite of psychology. Because they were in trouble in Pakistan. I'm telling you this right now. Ask these women. एक पाकिस्तानी औरत ने जिसको हर पाकिस्तानी मर्द ने घूर के ना देखा हुआ हो. 35 करोड़ पाकिस्तानियों ने समीना को देखा हुआ है. दर्जी की तरह. यहाँ पे आके इसने कहा इधर भी तो मर्द होते हैं. इधर कोई घूरता क्यों नहीं औरत को? हर औरत अपने शोहर से पाकिस्तानी घर में पूछते, इधर आदमी नहीं घूरते ना? क्या किसके लिए होती है? उसी आदमी को जो कि पाकिस्तान की सारी औरतों को घूरता रहता है. इमेजिन, आपको पहली फीलिंग यही आई थी ना इंग्लैंड आके, ओह माय गॉड, ये तो पर फैला के उड़ सकती हूँ मैं, नो वन केयर्स। आज़ादी की फीलिंग आई थी ना, या मुश्किलात। और आप आदमियों से पूछें ज़रा, पाकिस्तान में किस तरीके से हर बंदे से 2 नंबरी कर रहा था और आप सरवाइव कर रहे थे। फिर भी घर आके नहीं बताते थे ये आपको कि किस मुसीबतों को झेल के पैसे कमा के आप लोगों को खिला रहे हैं कि भाई 20 बच्चे मेरे क्या क्या कुर्बानियाँ दे रहा था। इधर आके वो सारा डायनामिक्स बदल गया, मेहनत ज़्यादा करनी पड़ी होगी इधर। ऑब्वियसली यू आर द फर्स्ट जनरेशन, बट यू न्यू कि भाई जो कुछ है वही है, जो लॉ है वो वही लॉ है, कोई हिडन मीनिंग कहीं पे नहीं आ रहा। हमने, लोगों ने नहीं, अब हमने ढूंढ लिए इधर तरीके 2 नंबरी के। ओके, सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज, ये आज़ादी की फीलिंग सहाबा को नहीं थी, सहाबा को मुश्किलात की फीलिंग थी। I'll tell you this story about, I'm sorry man, whoever does not understand Urdu, I apologize. I want to tell you the story of this guy for you, Muhammad, for you. This guy who is the friend of Abbas radiallahu anhu, who is the uncle of the Prophet ﷺ. But he converted to Islam way late. Okay, so Abbas used to counsel our Prophet ﷺ out of Islam in the early days, that you know what, why are you putting so much trouble in the area? And this guy from Taif, he's a friend of Abbas. He comes from Taif to Abbas and he says, he looks at the Kaaba and he sees the Prophet ﷺ, Ali bin Abi Talib and Khadija, 3 people. Okay, he says, who is this guy and what is he doing? And the Prophet ﷺ was praying. Prophet ﷺ was praying with Khadija radiallahu anha and Ali bin Abi Talib. Okay, and Abbas says, he's my nephew. So what is he doing? What are they up to? And Abbas says, I think they're praying, man. He comes up with a new concept, this new thing, and he's telling us to leave whatever, but he's praying. Praying to who? Praying to Allah Azza wa Jal, because everybody knew Allah Azza wa Jal. They believed in Allah Azza wa Jal at that time. So this Sahabi, who was a friend of Abbas, he goes back. 12 years later, 18 years later, Taif is conquered, and that man is still alive and he converts to Islam. He's a Muslim now. And now he is in Medina. And then he's talking to his Sahabis and he says, there was a time, गौर से सुनिएगा, मैं उर्दू में बताऊंगा इसको, फिक्र नहीं करें, मैं नहीं चाह रहा हूँ इस हदीस के बगैर आप जाएं. There was a time when Allah gave me an option to become 1/4 of Islam. There was a time I could have been 1/4 of Islam, and I missed that opportunity. And now that everyone is converting, I am one of the Muslims. It doesn't count for as much as 1/4 of Islam. You know what that means? All of Islam in the universe, I'm 1/4 of it. I am the 4th part of 4 of 3. I'm 1 of 4. This is how the Sahabis looked at Islam. कि अगर मैं उस वक्त मुसलमान हो जाता तो 1/4 इस्लाम मैं होता, 1/4 इस्लाम होता मैं. मगर चूंकि वो ट्रेंड नहीं था तो ट्रेंड, अब मैं ट्रेंड में आ गया हूँ, ट्रेंड सब मुसलमान और मैं भी हो गया हूँ. यही हो रहा है यहाँ पे, ट्रेंड में आप मुसलमान हैं. यू आर मुस्लिम बिकॉज एवरीवन इज अ मुस्लिम मैन. If everyone was a Christian, I swear to God, you would have been a Christian. If everyone was a communist or an atheist or whatever, you would have been that. So you tell me, how old are you now?
17.
You're 17 now, for God's sakes. Come here, stand up. This is, ladies, who's your mother and father? He's not here? That's your father? Okay. This is how old Ali bin Abi Talib was when he was fighting Badr. This is what he looked like. You think Safed Dadi wale Buzurg, Ali bin Abi Talib? No, this is Ali bin Abi Talib when he was fighting Badr. Imagine the real Islam and experience. So, and by the way, there were Sahabis younger than him as well at that time. Okay? Zaid is younger than, please sit down. So, what you need to understand is, unless you know that you got to reset the clock, I'm sorry, you're going to be just like the way you folks are. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You're done. You got to reset. Challenge. Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus, Isa ibn Maryam, says to his own disciples that you cannot be a disciple of mine unless you do unto your father whatever I've told to do unto you. That means unless you challenge your own father, you cannot be my disciple. You got to go against your own father's philosophy, not you. Isa ibn, because those were the kuffar, right? So you need to see where the whole inheritance of, that paradigm came into place, and calling yourself Muslim but not doing anything about it. Unless you're challenging that, you haven't taken your first step. You got to take an oath against this paradigm. That's what becoming conscious Muslim means, that you have taken an oath against the paradigm. So do you even know where to begin? That's your job one. How to begin challenging my own status quo, my own father, my own elders, that this is going to stop now. You guys have failed. I have failed in front of you. I'm your last generation. I've failed. You cannot be like us. And unless you start challenging us, you're going to be just like us or even worse. You understand me? So you're 17. Okay? People used to run countries as kings of your age less than 500 years ago. So don't call yourself a child or a kid. You're 17. Every rule applies on you. Start the game, man.
So this ties into some of the stuff you've done.
नहीं चलेगा, माइक नहीं चलेगा बोला.
Considering that ideally one would aim for actions based upon values of a more spiritual nature, how necessary is it for some proportion of their values, or how necessary are superficial and tangible values as a means to an end to require any sort of action and any sort of positive action for those who...
What's your name?
Umar.
Umar. Muhammad and Umar sitting together, huh? MashaAllah. So Umar. Yeah? Can you hear me? Everyone? What do you mean by spiritual, man? What does that mean? In the sense of what?
Prioritizing internal...
Internal, what does that mean, internal? Like a doctor going into my body? What does that mean?
Values that you don't base upon materialistic things.
You think that's spiritual?
It's spiritual comes within something that's not materialistic.
I'll tell you why I'm asking, Umar. This is the one word that the whole Muslim nation is pivoting around. They pivot their incompetence around spirituality. They think we're spiritual people, we're spiritually correct. Ruhani tazkiyah. We're not spiritual people, man. Umar bin Khattab was a spiritual man. Current day Umars are not spiritual. Okay? One time Umar bin Khattab was, and since your name is Umar, so it's going to hit you, that's why I'm giving you. Umar bin Khattab is Amir al-Mu'mineen, the Caliph. And spiritual clan comes to Masjid al-Nabawi. A spiritual clan, mutawakkaleen. They used to call them mutawakkaleen. So, this word in Arabic, mutawakkaleen, Lebanon. What does it mean, mutawakkaleen? Yeah, higher power, spiritual. Okay? So this whole jama'ah of mutawakkaleen is traveling from one place to another. They're stationed into Masjid al-Nabawi. So Umar Khattab, he goes to visit them and he says, I want to know why you call yourself mutawakkaleen. You're pretty famous around town. So they said, we're mutawakkaleen. And the Umar Khattab says, so what do you do? He said, we do da'wah. Remind you of anyone? We do da'wah. Da'wah, ilallah, yeah, naam, ilallah. So Okay, so that's what you do? That's all you do? He said, yes, that's all we do. We travel, fi sabilillah, and we do dawah. And he says, so how are you making your ends meet, man? Who's feeding you? How does that work? This is Umar Khattab asking. They said, Allah feeds us. Umar, you do not have any tawakkul, Allah feeds us. It's like, yeah, oh yeah, Allah feeds you, but do you do anything about it? They said, no, we don't. So Umar Khattab grabs his stick and says, come here, oh mutawakkileen, come here. This is the kind of Islam that my Nabi has taught you? Or did he forget to teach us the real Islam? They said, oh, Umar Khattab, what's going on? And he started beating them. They said, you better get to work now. I'm going to tell you what mutawakkileen actually looks like. And then he showed them how to work. He put them to work, to the real work. So if somebody comes and says, you know, this is Sahil Adeem's opinion, tell them, you know what, no, it's Umar ibn Khattab's decision. It's not my opinion, this is Umar ibn Khattab's decision. I didn't concoct this story. It is probably one of the central stories of the time of Umar ibn Khattab. Okay, Umar. So what is spiritual? Spiritual is that do you have a whiteboard here? I'll draw spirituality right in front of you. No? Okay, I'll use you as props. This is my 10-year objective. This man has a laptop. This man can write an article. This man has influence over the right people, even if they're wrong people, in the right places. This man has a degree in political science. This man has a degree in law in 10 years. Okay? This guy is known as probably the finest lawyers in Europe. Okay? This man is a consultant to countries, not companies. Okay? Because United Nations is all about law. This guy can change any United Nations or foreign policy by one of his articles that he can come up with in less than 10 minutes in his laptop while traveling from Slough to London. Okay? This man is 5 years from now. This guy has a degree aiming to be this guy, aiming to help this girl in Palestine. You understand me? Now, if you're not on this track for her, you are not spiritual. This is also not tangible, right? You cannot see it. It is being done. Okay? A policy influenced by a man's article is not tangible. It only is tangible when it's done, right? But he knows he can do it because he's created that influence over professors and statesmen and chancellors and senators in different countries there which matters. That is spiritual. I'll show you from Umar ibn Khattab. Oh, Umar ibn Khattab is holding a prayer in Masjid al-Nabi. And the whole Masjid al-Nabi is filled with Sahabas, right? Abdul Rahman bin Auf is right behind him. And Umar ibn Khattab, after the prayer, he says, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and then he turns back like this. And he goes back and he says, oh, Abdul Rahman, I think we've sent 1,000 less troops in Yemen, the Rabat of Yemen. He says, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, comes back, Abdul Rahman sent 1,000 people less. We should have sent 1,000 more. Everyone's like, that's what you were thinking of during the prayer? That's spirituality. You understand me? The real problems and real solutions of Islam. So don't learn the word spirituality from a Pakistani, especially a Bengali. Okay? This is the track for kids like this in places you know what's going on. 4 professors flew, 2 from England, 1 from France, 1 from Germany. 4 professors, I know the names. They took a flight from these 4 countries, 2 countries to America on the 9th of October. Professors, not rich professors. 48 hours later, America gave Israel $100 billion. That is spirituality. Okay? The whole work, पूरा काम जिन्होंने पूरी लाइफ गुजारी है वो अपने एक दीन के मकसद के लिए गुजारी है उन्होंने। उमर बिन खत्ताब पीछे मुड़ते हैं और कहते हैं नमाज के फ़ौरन बाद उसी सेकंड में वो अब्दुर्रहमान 1000 बंदा कम भेजा यमन के रबात में। और आगे से अब्दुर्रहमान बिन औफ क्या कहते हैं? कहते हैं उमर बिन खत्ताब तुझे अल्लाह ने ख़ास नवाजा है, तुझे नमाज में भी उम्मत के मसाइल के सलूशन मिलते हैं। यू अंडरस्टैंड मी नाउ? और हमारी नमाज रब्बी ज़िदनी रिज़्क़ा, रब्बी ज़िदनी रिज़्क़ा। ऑफ कोर्स इन उर्दू या अल्लाह पैसे, या अल्लाह पैसे। By the way, to your amazement, I was studying under some Jewish rabbis, obviously in some university in Canada. So I asked him, you know, because I was a problem child, you can tell. So the professor used to like pick on me. I was like, sir, you know what? Why don't you chat over coffee or dinner or whatever? And we used to be in the university cafe all the time. Different professors, by the way, mostly Jewish. So I learned it such a, इतनी मुझे हैरत हुई है सीख के, आपको नहीं पता, आपको पहली बार बता रहा हूँ, that Rabbi Zidni Ilma is a prayer that every Jew prays every day. It's mandatory in their religion. Rabbi Zidni Ilma. I found that out when I spoke to someone. You know what? That's a mandatory thing for Islam as well, but we just choose not to do it because we want to say Rabbi Zidni Rizqan. And he said, did your prophet tell you this prayer? And I was like, no, he didn't. He taught us Rabbi Zidni Ilma. We just took the words out and we used it for our own convenience because we know the word rizq is in Quran. And we think we're speaking Arabic to Allah. It's going to be heard better. And they said, but you know, it's part of the Jewish faith. Namaz hoti nahi hai unki, jab tak Rabbi Zidni Ilma, जिस तरह हम दुरूद पढ़ते हैं, इस तरह रब्बी ज़िदनी इल्मा पढ़ते हैं। इसलिए वो 22,000 में से 11,000 प्रोफेसर प्रोड्यूस कर लेते हैं। So, you got the spirituality thing? Khana khana hai, sir. Yeah, that's the one thing about Pakistan. Eh? In Lebanon, you have no idea. You know? You have no idea. You know, I'll tell you something. And he's right, you know, because if he's not going to put the food on the table, you're not going to come in and talk about Islam. Remember that table, dinner table, Muslims being feasted upon? Remember that? Yeah. Muhammad from Lebanon. 12 people died in 2025 by their own parents. 2024, sorry. Because they were stampeded down on their own parents' feet on the wedding days. 12 kids died. Because when they went to eat, they didn't realize that their kids are being stampeded under. That's how hungry we are. We can kill our own. And that's 2024, by the way. Since 1947, yeah, I think more Pakistanis have died than Palestinians. So when? The question is when? Right now? No, I cannot. Just two more questions.
Can I point out one thing?
One more?
Yeah, on the same question.
Sure.
Yeah, so what you said about...
Did you say put something on top of it? Did you say that? Did you use that phrase?
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
Okay.
So on that note, with what pathway you said, that was similar to what I was sort of...
Planning on?
The kind of thing I wanted to hear, essentially, yeah. And with that, I wanted you to highlight
the pathway itself. Like you said, it's not tangible. I'd argue that to an extent it's.
What's not tangible?
What you said, the pathway to.
Oh, it's super tangible, the way you're thinking about it. It's not tangible as in that a laptop has an article and a policy is changed in Norway. You don't see the connection like that. Otherwise, yeah, you're right, it's tangible. It's as tangible as it can get, man.
But the values behind it, how important is that pathway when it's independent of the values behind it, in the sense that when someone is going on that pathway, part of their motivation towards it will be superficial.
I'll tell you what superficial is.
How important is that part of it? Someone who wants to.
Oh, मेरा बच्चा करोड़ रुपए का सवाल है. The best question of the year. I'm telling you, bar none, the best question of the year. You're 14, 13, 15? 19. You're 19? Okay, so you're in the bracket. See, but these folks are never going to get. I'm a practicing psychologist. I know the disposition of your age. They don't. They're going to give you translations which you'll be like, that doesn't even make sense what you're saying. Okay? And you're going through that problem, okay? So let me use those words that you used, and I want to translate them so that you can make them usable. Okay? Give me the words that you gave me. Tangible, and then superficial, and one more word. Okay. Is it better now? Yeah. So, Umar, गौर से सुनो. उर्दू आती है? Okay. I'm going to speak English, obviously, because your generation is translating these words so aptly, perfectly. Last generation failed to. That's why they couldn't perform. Now, what you need is that this is very tangible. I become a competent student, then a competent teacher, then an influencer, and then I influence countries and I change policy. Very tangible. For you, it's totally not tangible for the last generation. Okay? It's all right. You're not from that generation. But you use the word superficial. Because I said something. What did I say? Well, sorry, what's your question again? Ask me, because I wanna use your question.
The original question?
No, the one that you put on top.
How important is the pathway independent of the values behind it?
Yeah, because in your generation, there is this certain disease, okay? And admit it as a disease. My generation and my own. Your generation had this, you don't call it the cool profile, because you don't use the word cool. You use the word? What's the new word that you guys are coming up with? Doesn't matter. But what matters is, you know what cool is, right? You will think that you're cool, and it is so cool that no one knows that I am behind the whole change. Your brain is going to make you come out of the whole bubble, and you're going to go in some dungeon, and your brain is going to portray this picture that you're writing on your laptop, some policy, and no one knows that you're behind this. You're like that Sigma male who no one's aware of, and you're making the big change. You're the puppeteer. No one can see the strings, and everyone's being changed, okay? That uniqueness, that peculiarity has become cool in your generation. By the way, it was cool in my generation too, okay? But we had grown out of it because being part of the gang was the thing, right? Forget the gang, man. I want to play the gang without even them knowing about it. That's something only unique to your generation now. And your folks don't know about this. And I know the disease because I work with kids of your age, okay? You're not kids, okay? You're adults. So what I'm going to tell you is very, very important. Very, very important. Do not be cool alone. Do not be cool in isolation. I'm telling you, you're going to lose the grip on Islam and the bigger objective. And on that day, you might be cool here and you might be cool there as well, but you will not get anything. That was the one thing the Prophet ﷺ actually came in, and no one's going to get it. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, no one's getting it. Only you and I are talking about this, and your brain knows what I'm saying. That you going in that dungeon, in that basement, in that backseat of that car, typing that article or that email, is only going to matter if some other people know that you're doing it, and they're also on the plan. Okay? It takes a gang to make that movement. A gang, not like a street gang, a lobby. And they should know what you're writing. It's a coordinated community effort. I'm telling you this right now. That's the difference. And you're going to have all the temptations for the rest of your life to make that cool thing happen. No one knows. Even my own lobby, my own gang does not know that I'm the guy behind this. And I'm just going to go quiet down on this. And I'm going to sulk in my own, achievement alone with some landscape behind in your mind, the backdrop. Okay? Don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. You're a part of a certain lobby or community. You going in isolation, even if you achieve everything, is not going to matter, because we need this connection between whatever you're up to and whatever I'm up to, and we have to coordinate every single achievement that you can do. And your potential will grow tenfold if you coordinate that.
Based upon what?
I do not know what your life is going to unfold in front of you, but based upon the fact that more heads are better than one. Okay? I'm still working on going as deep as I can possibly come in, because, you're 19? So you've gone through a certain time in your head, because you're 19 now, where maybe you have started to give up on going in your room alone, and instead you've taken that track back in the living room and talking to the family. That, no, you know what, we're not done yet. I'm not done yet. Have you done that? Have you taken that journey yet? Have you? Really? So I know. So you gotta confront that inner demon, because they don't even know about this, man. And I'm telling you, we're gonna cut this out of the video as well, because no one knows about this. Only a 19-year-old, 15, 14, 19, 20-year-old can get what I'm saying right now. Because there's this archetype of cool that you guys have defined. Every one of the men has gone through this. You just don't remember. My profession has enabled me to remember that. I've worked with so many men to know that, this is that crossroad that we took a left, we should have taken right. And we would have been part of a way bigger force. But every man chooses to be that Sigma man, that cool man, that, I'm going to be that shadow with that hat on my face. No one can recognize me. Don't be that guy. I'm telling you. I swear to God, it's cool. I know it's cool, but don't be that guy. Because it's not going to amount to anything, because we need a lot more coordination, connection, sync between a lot more competent people together. So somebody in Melbourne should know what you're up to, somebody in Milwaukee, somebody in Manila, and they would be doing the same thing for the same effort, same cause. Okay? You want to be cool, just be cool with the rest of the world, but not to that lobby. Not to your own people who you're actually prepared, okay?
So if it's important to have people on that cause, is it important even if they're with you because of money or something superficial?
Money is not superficial if the cause is real. Okay, a lot of things that you're going to go through because of the failures that our generation has, a lot of times you're going to need a lot more money to make anything happen than just influence and just degrees and just competence.
So it's justified as a means to an end?
If the end is Islam, yeah. Well, it's a mandatory thing. It's not just justified. I just told you. Is money. Okay? Yeah, but it's about you whether you're going to buy a Ferrari or a tank, man. Because if you want to buy a Ferrari, then it's a totally different end. Okay? You understand me? Yeah, because you got to make that distinction between where you're being selfish or self-serving and where you're cause-serving. Because if you're cause-serving, yeah, I need a lot more. You want to be a billionaire? No, I swear to God, I want you to be a trillionaire. Because my cause requires that money. You want to buy whatever you want for your own self during the whole thing? It's all right, man. It's totally fine. Actually, you should spend more, but on yourself. But your aim shouldn't be less. Our generation was the most mediocre generation in the history of Islam. My father and his father and his father, my God, man, they had high standards. We just wanted to be cool. That's all we wanted. We wanted to be cool. That's mediocrity at its peak. Don't fall for that, okay? Do not fall for that. Okay? This was just about you and the 19, 16-year-olds. I'm telling you, ask them. No one's going to get what we're talking about. Okay? So change it. You're gonna see that day, inshallah. And you're going to see the two roads splitting. You're going to see Yeah, one is you're going to satisfy your whims. You're going to be a hero of your own movie. And the right path, you're going to be a hero of a very big movie. And by the way, in that place, in this world, you're not going to be called a hero. That's the day of judgment, right? Yeah. Because if you're doing it for yourself, then it was not worth it for anybody anyway, right? Gee, sir, so I'm going to give you the 15 minutes. I'm sorry for this session. This is a necessary thing. Because the difference between parents and sons right now, fathers especially, that they're not transiting a language which is speaking to the inner psychology of the current boy. And we're thinking that, oh, मैं तुम्हारी उम्र का था ना जब. No, you were not. मेरी उम्र में जब आप थे तो मोबाइल इजाद ही नहीं हुआ था. मेरी उम्र में आप थे तो लैपटॉप्स किसी के पास नहीं होते थे. 4G, 5G, रियली अबू जी, रियली? आप मेरी उम्र के थे तो 5G था इंग्लैंड में. नो, आप मेरी उम्र के नहीं थे कभी भी. मेरी उम्र बिल्कुल नहीं है. So you gotta come up with solutions to his problem, not solutions to your problem. You were 19. And that's the same thing going on with ammis and sons and daughters, especially daughters. Okay, most of the girls are posing in front of their mothers so that आपके lecture बंद हो जाएं और वो कमरे में जाए. उसके बाद she can be herself. Aisha and Anasha. There's a reason why they're not here. That's the same reason. And this Marine girl, my sister who organizes this, she keeps telling me, youth, sir, youth, youth. And I'm not going to see youth Marine. Sorry. मेरे और youth के बीच में आंटी आ गई. Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, we're going to call it for 15 minutes only. 15, okay? But my 15 minutes, which is 17:25, 5:25 right now.
5:40 to come back.
So we come back at 5:40, inshallah. And then we start this. But before we go, Zayan and you have your question. We break at 5:30, okay? We break at 5:30. Yes, sir, what's your name? Ali. Ali, Umar, Muhammad, oh my God, did you line them up like this? Ali? Yeah. How old are you, man?
15.
Okay. I'm still getting a little overwhelmed by the names. Bilal? What's your name? Aman. Okay.
So can I ask my question now?
Sure.
Okay, so you've pointed out multiple times that a very important thing that Muslims should be doing now is putting time into their children, into the youth.
I'm sorry, you know what? You gotta speak English, man. You gotta speak English. Come on. A lot of times I pointed out that.
What people should be doing is bringing up children correctly. And putting time into them.
Putting time into them.
Doing the primary socialization correctly. So my question is, a lot of people haven't recognized that this is the importance of this and how the future of Islam lies in this. Why do you think this is?
Why do the people not realize that this is the future of Islam?
Yes.
Oh. They actually do not care about future of Islam. They care about future of their own kids. That's it. You gotta call what it is, man. It's a spade. We call it a spade, man. No one actually cares about what future of Islam is. Everyone would die for you. Your father would die for you, no doubt. Your mommy would do anything and die for you, no doubt. Your future, yeah. They've sacrificed so much. I can't even do the tally. You know what I'm saying? But just for you. वो जो कहते हैं ना इस्लाम में हुक्म है एक इंसान की जान बचाना सारी इंसानियत की जान बचाना है. मेरी अम्मी ने कहा था वो एक इंसान तू है बेटा. अम्मी नहीं कहा और इतने क्योंकि अब्बू काम पे डॉलर पाउंड बना रहे होते हैं गर्लफ्रेंड्स बना रहे होते हैं. Are you telling me?
आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है।
आप अगर खाली अम्मी की ले लेना रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो अब्बू की खैर है।
नहीं, मेरी बात सुनिए, अब्बू भी तो इक्वल है ना, बच्चे तो दोनों के हैं, तो अब्बू को भी चाहिए कि बच्चों की जो अपब्रिंगिंग है उसके बारे
तो
में
फिर ये बात जजेस को कहा करें कस्टडी केसेस में ना,
जी,
उस वक्त तो आप बच्चे छीन रही होती हैं।
वो भी एक चुड़ैलों वाला ही काम है कि बच्चे छीन रही होती है, बेचारा कि बच्चे आदमी और औरतों मतलब माँ बाप दोनों के होने चाहिए।
बात सुने, क्या नाम है मैम आपका? नाम क्या है आपका? नाम यास्मीन। गौर सुने, when he is how old are you now? You're 15. You got no mommy now. Do you think you have a mother? You do? Well, she's not your mommy anymore, man. She's practically your sister. You're still dependent on your mother now. There's a big problem with your mommy and your daddy. Okay? You got it? Are you ill? Do you have leukemia or something? No? Can you walk? You can eat yourself? You do not need a mommy, man. Okay? You dress up here on your own? You go to the bathroom yourself? So why do you need a mommy? You're 15. Allah is going to ask you in the grave and the day of judgment questions which He asked Ali bin Abi Talib. Same questions, you, Ali, and him, Ali. You cannot say, Allah, I was only 15. Only 15? Only 5 is in Islam, is only. Okay? 15 is not only in Islam. You got it? So how do you not become only, how do you not remain only in Islam? 15 is not a big number, but why is Islam calling it a big number? Because you got a 12-year-old track record which your mommy and daddy had to put in on behalf of you, which they didn't. They kept treating you like a little infant. That's where your answer, your question is. That's where the restructuring of the prioritization is. So, Yasmin, आपका बच्चा 15 साल का आपका नहीं है. Okay? He should be taking care of you, not the other way around. He should be feeding you, not the other way around.
ये इस बात पे मैं आपसे बिल्कुल एग्री हूँ और हम
तो फिर बहस खत्म.
बच्चों को 40 साल तक बच्चे ही रहने देती हैं, बड़ा होने नहीं देती. शादी के बाद भी तुम्हें नहीं पता, हमें पता है, तुझे ये नहीं पता, हमें पता है. लेकिन वहाँ पे फादर का भी रोल बनता है कि वो अपने बेटे को या बेटी को.
यास्मीन, खुदा की कसम, कोई भी फादर आज खुश नहीं है सेशन से. क्योंकि उन्हीं की तो बैशिंग हो रही है इधर. आपको क्यों लग रहा है कि मैं उनकी तारीफें कर रहा हूँ इधर बैठ के? आपकी अम्मियों का कसूर जो भी हो, आपके बच्चों पे तो आप जिम्मेदार है ना. You guys are responsible for your kids, and you sponsored a 20-year-old infant. You sponsored it. You endorsed it. You promised all the world to your wife, because पाकिस्तानी से ज़्यादा जोरू का गुलाम दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है. मानना तो पड़ेगा. In Lebanon, you have no idea, man. The Pakistani man practically worships his wife. He would change his religion over her. You know what I'm saying? They chop off their mommies and daddies like this for their wives. हाँ पाकिस्तानी हैं. अच्छा ऐसा करते हैं, उर्दू में बात करते हैं, उसको आवाज़ नहीं आएगी. हम सबको पता है इस बात का. जितना हम अपनी बीवियों की वजह से पर्सनैलिटी चेंज करते हैं ना, अगर कुरान की वजह से की होती तो हम जन्नत के सरदारों में होते. आपको नाशुक्री आप, आपको पता नहीं चला. नहीं तो इतनी ट्रांजिशन एक आदमी अपनी बीवी के लिए कर जाता है कि सर से लेके पैर तक, कपड़े पहनने से लेके खाना खाने से, दिन के एक दोस्त नहीं बचा हमारा. ये सैंपल नजर आ रहे हैं, अकेले तनहा बेचारे. हाँ हाथ उठा के बताएंगे. No, we can't, because Ali, you got the answer?
Yeah, can I have one thing, please?
Of course, you're not going to stop if we never want you to. Go on.
How do we spread it that, basically, how do we tell more people that making sure the future of Islam is secure is the first priority?
Oh. Oh my God. I'll tell you, Ali, a little course. I'll tell you a course. I've been saying this to my students and my actual school. Every morning you wake up, don't do anything before you do this. Only for 5 minutes. Not for 6 minutes, but for 5. But not for 4, for 5. Is it too much to ask? No. And it's not a physical effort. You don't even have to get out of the bed. No money spent, no nothing. 5 minutes, not 6, but 5. Not 4:30, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, no, 5 minutes. So you need a stopwatch for this. Every morning you wake up, you do not get out of bed. Okay? Preferably it's Fajr time. But you wake up and then you envision. And every time you're going to envision, it's going to get in better pixels. And every one time you're going to read more hadith about it, it's going to get better pixels. Every one time you're going to read the Quran about this, well, I'm telling you what this is. It's going to get better pixels till you get a 4K quality. That's the only 3 ways of doing it. Quran about this subject, hadith about this subject, and keep practicing this activity. What's the subject? You open your eyes, okay, and then you consciously envision that you're standing in the day of judgment. You need to look on your left and see the fumes and the angels trying to control, literally control, with strings, hell, trying to break loose. You envision you standing up on your left, you have to see the 7 million angels trying to control hell from picking out human beings and swallowing them. And on your right, you have to see those clouds with those planets, with those, serenity with that, of how people are going to go through a certain path. That path goes under the Arsh of Allah. That Arsh of Allah is an opportunity for us to get cleansed. But right between me and Arsh of Allah, are billions of people standing queued. It's not going to be a little crowd. It's going to be all queued up. You will see millions of queues lining towards a certain wall. Okay? Envision that. And you're going to see every man in 4K. You're going to hear every sound. Whoever you're looking at, you can see. You know that HD sound thingy? My phone has that HD sound, man. If I point that phone towards you, you're going to hear that phone. This guy cannot be able to hear it. That's HD sound. On the day of judgment, it's going to be the same thing. Whoever you're going to look at, you're going to be able to hear him. No one else will. Okay? You need to understand. And on those cues, you need to see what are they asking. And Ali, in those cues, you got to know how many people are ahead of you. And you are preparing the answers. But whoever you're looking at is saying the same thing. I want you to read the hadith about what they're saying to their own selves. People will be trying to kill themselves. Literally, by bashing their head on the ground, kill themselves. You will see people being made to wear molten copper gowns. You will see people who do not have half of their body. They will be tilted towards this. Their body will be open. They'll be still walking. Okay? Those are the guys who did not treat their wives properly. Okay? You will see people with crowns on their heads. You will see people in different shapes based on whatever they were doing. You will see people with their intestines coming out and they're trying to put them back in, crying with pain. But they still have to walk because the queues are going forward. You need to see all of this. Just 5 minutes, man. Not 6. I told you not 6. If you go 6, you're going to overwhelm yourself and you're going to quit. But for 5, you're not going to quit. What was your question to which I'm answering right now? Hear the question. What's the question you just asked me?
Obviously, how do we spread the fact that, apart from obviously believing in Islam, the first priority should be looking after and securing the future of Islam, as in like the youth?
Yeah, there is no other way. There is no other way to secure the future of Islam. No other way. In psychology, I've studied it for decades, no other way. In science, no other way. So how did I learn this? I'll tell you how I learned it. The Prophet ﷺ taught me. Allah Azza wa Jal taught me this. You know how? The Prophet said that in the first 8 years, in the Aisha radiallahu anha says, our mother Aisha, okay, bin Abi Bakr, she said that the first 8 years, Allah Azza wa Jal did not reveal any ayah. The wahi was all about the day of judgment. Every ayah is akhirah, akhirah, akhirah. On the day of akhirah, this is going to happen. On the day of akhirah. Every ayah on the first 8 years of Arabia is about akhirah. Once everybody had the picture, then came the ahkam. And in matter of seconds, Arabs changed. Only if you have akhirah. Now what's going on here? I promise you this right now. I guarantee you this. As an academic, as a man, as a Muslim, and common sense. The only problem we're facing is we forgot on the day of akhirah. So 5 minutes only, man, and I make sure you don't do 6. I'm forcing you, don't do 6. Because if you start doing 6, you're going to go somewhere else. I don't want you to go that in your age. Okay? I need you to follow what Umar was talking about and we were talking about. Okay? Because once you establish this, because you do not have enough hadiths right now, read them. Or ayat about the Day of Judgment, read them. Once you got the whole details, and there are more than 5,000 hadiths about this. So you got to put some time in, okay? And once you know all things, then your brain is going to put all of that knowledge into play at the same time, simultaneously. Once that happens, you have no idea what's going to happen next. I know what's going to happen next. You do not have any idea. On that day, you call me. Once that day comes, you call me. You're going to find my number. Don't worry about it. You don't have to put an effort. You're going to find my number. You call me. That day has come. Tell me what to do. Okay? Ali, you call me. If I'm alive, you call me. That's how Allah has trained the human being. And that's the only way to train. That's the only way to get trained. Otherwise, any Ali or any Zara is going to take me out of Islam. Because we love them so much, we change our religion for them. God knows my parents did it. I'm going to do it for my kids unless this goes on. Okay? I'm going to break for your 15 minutes now. Before that, I'm going to just tell you a little story about a girl whose husband came to me and he says, because I take those sessions, one-on-one sessions, and he says, Meri bibi psycho ho gayi hai. My wife is a psycho. And I said, so what's new, man? I'm kidding. So, I'm kidding. No, I was just, that's a guy thing. Listen, so I said, what do you think, what do you mean your wife is a psycho, man? You can't just use this word. You got to tell me what does that mean? And he says, he put my kid on fire. And I said, oh, that is a psycho. Did you take her to a hospital? And he said, of course, but she wouldn't go. And I said, not your wife, man, to the child. Did you take your kid to the hospital? And he said, no, she didn't get burnt. And I said, how did that happen? Listen to what he says. He says, my wife wakes me up, psycho aurat, fajr pe utha rahi hai mujhe. That's his words, not my words. And I'm so tired, I didn't wake up. So she's like, theek hai, mat utho. And then she wakes my daughter up and goes to the kitchen, turns the gas on, lights up the stove, picks up my daughter, and then I run to save my daughter. And I said, was she on the stove? And he says, no, she was not, but she was gonna. And I said, listen, was she on the stove? And he says, no, she was not on the stove. But I'm telling you, she was gonna put the daughter, because he had picked her up. And I said, what did she say? She said, तुम्हें उस दिन की आग से डर नहीं लग रहा इसको डालने में, तो इससे क्यों डर लगेगा? So I said, dude, she's not the psycho, you are the psycho. You need to understand, if you do not think you're a psycho, God save your daughter. Okay, don't do that to your husbands. No, I mean, don't do that to your husbands. That's a special case. I'm just trying to tell you that unless you know what's actually the truth, Allah's Prophet says, Al-Jannah haqq. This is the actual truth. This world that you live in is not the truth. This is an illusion in front of you. You just can't see through it. You can't even see angels right here. There are 2 angels right here. You can't see them. So that means this is the truth? No, this is the truth. Did you know the Prophet ﷺ told us the technology on which the angels will be recording data and presenting it to the world? These two angels? We use that technology now, by the way. Okay? So, not that technology, but I don't know, an analogy of that technology. So, Zayan, I want to take your question after this. You're going to stay with me because you're the youngest. 15 minutes right now. The time is, what's the time? Oh, 45. So, we see each other at 6, inshallah. What time is Maghrib here? Oh, it's England. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know, but the general perception about Deen and Dunya in Arab is the same as two different isotopes.
I think they're related to each other, but we should do action in dunya to achieve good deen.
So Zayan, are there two planets that you can live in? Are there two lives that you have? So this dunya, where did this word come from? Think about it. This dunya word, the word dunya, where does it come from? What does that mean, dunya? Is that your own question? You read it? Okay. Dunya is a word in Quran. Okay? The word is dunya. That's how we know the word dunya. Okay? So, in the Quran, Surah Baqarah, Allah says, رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنًا وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنًا. You know what I'm saying? So, if your dunya is not hasana, the best of this planet, then your akhirah is not going to be the best of akhirah. You understand me? So, if we have only one planet, one life in this planet, if we had two different planets and two different lives, or one life with two different planets, then deen and dunya could have been two different things. But we only have one planet, one life, so the deen is this dunya. This dunya better be on the deen. Otherwise, if you had two planets, I'd be like, you know what, this is dunya, and that's the deen planet, this is the dunya planet. But we have deen for this very dunya. In Pakistan, we don't use the word dunya, we use the word zameen. We even call this thing zameen. Okay? And if two Pakistanis were walking if the Pakistan moon mission, if there was such a thing, and if they had made it to the moon, the two Pakistanis would have been saying to each other coming down on the moon, zameen pe utar niche. किधर खड़े हो? मैं ज़मीन पे पहुंच गया हूँ, तुम अभी तक सीढ़ी पे ही हो. Yeah? And that would have made sense in Pakistan, eh? Even though that's not Zameen, that's Chand. You know what I'm saying? So, on the moon, we don't say, oh, you're walking on the moon, man. We say, हम ज़मीन पे चल रहा हूँ. Even though Zameen is the name of a planet. The third rock from the sun is Zameen in Urdu, right? But any kind of plane or ground, we also call Zameen. Yeah. But when it comes down to dunya, what we say is the affairs of the planet are dunya. My relationships, my work, my wife, kids, my job, my future, my health, everything is dunya. Well, everything has a rule. Everything has a purpose. That purpose is the deen. So there is no dunya for a Muslim other than the dunya within the deen. There are no two separate things. And what our generations have taught us, that dunya is separate and deen is separate. So Imran Khan or Zardari or Nawaz Sharif or the army or the bureaucracy, what they say is we're leaders of dunya, and Maulana Tariq Jameel or Maulvi Saab, and all, these are the leaders of deen. You see? That's the problem. Because they thought deen is separate and dunya is separate. Muhammad bin Salman should have been the leader of deen, but he's the leader of dunya. And Imam Kaaba is the leader of deen now, even though he should have been the leader of dunya. You know what I'm saying?
So they're separate.
They're not. We just made them separate so that our hungry, greedy, selfish people who just want to serve their own selves and their own power, they want to call deen separately and dunya separately. We didn't invent this philosophy. The Romans did in early Christianity. The Christian emperor wanted to retain the power, so he said, leave what is unto the emperor, and what is to the church unto the church. You keep your deen, I keep my dunya, we shake hands. Whenever I need the deen, I'll come to you. Whenever you need the dunya, you come to me. That's when it started, in 285 years after Jesus, alayhi salam. We've taken the same thing. It's called being secular. We seclude the deen from the dunya. It's called secular. You heard the word secular by now? Those are the secular people. That's the basis of being secular. So all Muslims right now, all Muslims that you will ever meet are secular people. And Islam came in against secularism. And every Muslim scholar or politician or mommy or daddy, they're all secular, designed to be seculars. So deen and dunya, they've separated. So I could be an amazing guy of the dunya and zero in deen. And that guy, whoever, could be an amazing guy of the deen and zero in dunya. And that's what's going on right now. So you see all the scholars of Islam, no power, no influence, no intellect, no acumen, no nothing. And you see scholars of the world with no deen. And they're Muslims. They call themselves Muslims. You know Usher, the singer? Not, who's the singer right now? Taylor Swift. Yeah, you know Taylor Swift. She wears a cross. She calls herself a Christian. She's doing great in dunya. She calls herself a Christian. And I can get that because in Christianity, they're trained into splitting the deen and the dunya. That's why Allah Azza wa Jal called 400 years after the emperor did whatever he did. By the way, this emperor of Rome, he held a council. It's called the Council of Nicaea. Nicaea is the place. He called the priests and the politicians, and he said, the politicians will keep the dunya and the priests will keep to the church, and I'm the arbitrator, the mediator between them, and that's all my job is. Do not come into power, O priests. We will respect you if you keep your boundaries. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Because he didn't want to lose his power. Okay? And he wanted to claim that he's a Christian as well. So he wore the cross, but he kept the priests out. And 400 years after that, our Prophet ﷺ was born. And he said that this is why Christians will be called waladallin, the confused people. They confuse themselves. They split the dunya and the deen. Now all the Muslims are waladallin now. Because Muslims have done the same thing. That's why the masjid does not interfere in the politics. And the politicians, they do not interfere in the masjid. They don't know nothing about the masjid. And you're from Pakistan? Imran Khan, Nawaz Sharif, Zardari, all of their parties, if you ask them anything about the Quran, they're like, this is the job of a Maulvi, man. Do you think we're a Maulvi? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the problem. So do not fall prey to that trap. Deen is for dunya, and dunya is for deen. You separate them, you're not a Muslim anymore. You're just a secular, confused, waladallin, afflicted by the disease that Christians got afflicted by. Did you know that Christians are called waladallin in the Quran? Yeah. See, the Jews are not called waladallin. Did you ever think that Jews were never called waladallin? Even though Allah says, أَفَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضٍ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضٍ, that you believe in some of my word ayahs and do not believe in some, but they're still not called waladallin. Allah says to the Jews, you use your own pen in my book. That means you invent more ayahs and call it God's word. But they're not called waladallin. And Christians didn't do that. Christians didn't use their own pen. Actually, Christians never used their pen. That's why you don't see, you can see the book of John, Matthew, Mark, Luke. You can see Paul all over the Bible. You do not see the book of Jesus. You see the book of Paul. Actually, you see 14 books of Paul. Out of the 23, 14 are 27 books in the King James Version. 14 of them are written by St. Paul. Rest of them are written by Luke, Paul, John, Matthew. Many books. Jesus didn't write a book. So they're Waladdallin because they split the religion and the world. They did a lot of other things too, but this is the basis. Before that, real, true Christianity existed. Actually, this is after that as well for a little bit, but it just vanished because you know what? There were too few and they didn't survive.
Last question. When we pass away from this world, I think no one is in Jannah or Jahannam right now. I'm not sure. So when we pass away, where do we go? Like what happens?
We are in a transition, and there's a new fitna coming in the Muslim world that is saying that there is no torment of the grave. There is no life in the grave. Okay? Because they somehow think that they know physics, and they think, oh, since now you're out of time, so how can you be waiting for the day of judgment? You're either going to be in hell or on the day of judgment, and everyone else is waiting up on it. सुन लिया आप लोगों ने कि कब्र का तो अजाब होता ही नहीं है, कहीं पे कुरान में नहीं लिखा हुआ. So to all of those skeptics who think they're intellectuals, it's just a common sense answer that if I die right now, then, and my son who I taught Islam is still practicing Islam, he has not died yet. His son, who in turn he'll teach, he has not died yet. People who I wrote a book, I taught somebody, that book is teaching other people, they have not died yet. That tally up is still upon free will of the people. And if they keep choosing the good out of whatever I taught them, I'm still going to keep getting credit, right? So that whole tenure is not going to be able to stop until the last boy is or girl is born. That whole tenure needs to be tallied up in my account. Till that tally is continued, I'm still going to remain in buffer. You get it? That's the life of the grave. And there's so many ahadith about this, so many, that during the torment of the grave, some people get relief. And they ask the angels, why are you relieving me of this pain? And they're like, because your son did this now. Somebody prayed for you there. So a lot of ease is going to come in. Okay, the Prophet said, grave is either one of the ditches of hell, or one of the gardens from the garden of heaven. One of, not the. And the most matawatir, consistent prayer of Allah's Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, every prayer he prayed, what was it? Adhab al-qabr, a'udhu bika min adhab al-qabr. So if this is not there, then you have to delete the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because this is not in any doubt in any human being's mind. But now you see those pseudo-intellectuals trying to come up with weird definitions, because they haven't studied, because you know, scholars, Muslims, they don't study physics, right? That's why I keep telling you to go into physics and then the Quran. For example, I'll ask you something. In Lebanon, A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. What does that mean in Lebanon? Everybody knows, right? You know what it means, right? Qul a'udhu bi rabbil falaq. What does that mean? In Lebanon. I know it's hard, but it's the easiest thing in Pakistan. You know what we believe? Say that I seek protection from the Lord of the sky.
That's obvious, no?
Yeah, but that's not what falak means in Arabic. That's what falak means in Urdu. Allah is not speaking Urdu with us. Physics. Because falak has a meaning in physics. Because if I say, Qul a'udhu bi rabbil falaq, then I cannot have the same chapter talking about magic and voodoo. This chapter has magic and voodoo description of what women keep doing. Okay? Those kind of women, not all. What does that got to do with falak? Well, the original meaning of falak in Arabic actually has all of what it means. But that meaning can only be understood if you know physics and mathematics. Do you know what falak means? Falak means the splitter. The splitter. You know what a splitter is? Have you seen a nuclear split? The uncles and aunties haven't. That's why they went to the Molvi Sahib and said, Sir, jadoo ho gaya, sir. If they only studied physics, they would not have gone to the Peer Sahib. And you know how magic is done? You should read how magicians use magic. Okay? And how they're splitting two different halves of the same personality by virtue of what kind of technology that they try and claim that they use. I'm not saying go into magic or understand what it is. What I'm saying is go into physics and understand what it is. So if you go through physics and then you read the Quran, you'll find out that all of the definitions that Allah Azza wa Jal was saying was the definition of the universe. The Quran starts with Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. What does that mean in Pakistan? Lebanon. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know what we think in Pakistan, what it means? The start of the Quran. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. What does that mean in Pakistan? Oh, and the word Jahan doesn't even exist in any mind and any psychology. The word Jahan does not have any true meaning in any human being's mind who uses the word Jahan. And Allah is trying to confuse us, na'udhu billah. Starts the Quran with such a grey ayah, which has no actual tangible meaning. That's the start of the Quran. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen means these people have seen the cosmic microwave background. They think that's the end of the universe. That's your first, if it is. After that is water. The mightiest ocean you can imagine, because it's all the 14.3 billion years, light years, stretch of water. And for that water, you have to cross 500 light years. And after those 500 years, you keep traveling, you see another universe. That's not 14.3 billion years, buddy. That's a lot of billion years. And a lot of planets, and a lot of galaxies. And a lot is going on there. And then there's water. And then another universe. And then there's water. And then another universe. You go through the sixth universe. And then you see water. And then the seventh. And then on top of that is water. Imagine that water. And on top of that water is the Arsh of Allah. And that Arsh of Allah splits into two halves. Splits the splitter. This universe into two. The word is astawa. What does astawa mean in Arabic? Lebanon? Astawa. Come on. Really? Haven't even thought about this? Yeah. It means Something that splits in equal halves. And in Pakistan, you know what that means? Sat down. In the Quran, we're translating it as Allah sat down on the arsh. Even though the word is astawa, then Allah splits it into two halves. The splitter. You understand me now? How are you going to understand this whole geometry? The first ayah of the Quran is demanding you to go through all of this. Study it, learn it, so that you can understand not what Allahu Akbar, how Akbar Allah is, no, but how Asghar we are. So Allahu Akbar does not mean Allah is the greatest, because we cannot imagine how great that greatest is. Allahu Akbar means how small we are. So understand how to look at the Quran at your age, and you're going to find treasures over treasures, and people will follow you by the billions, not just hundreds of thousands and millions, because you'll be leading them to the real knowledge. And every time anyone is going to go up to Europa, the Jupiter's moon, or wherever, they better be saying, this is what Zayan was telling us. Because they are traveling through whatever Quran told us to do. Can't you see up and see? Can't you look up and see? You know what Allah is saying this to the people of Nuh alayhi salam. How can they see, look up and see through the heavens? Do they have telescopes at that time? So what was Nuh alayhi salam teaching them, and how was he teaching them? That they could understand what was going on. You know what I'm saying? So the Quran is the only way to go through the real knowledge. And my last two generations made sure I do not get to know this very fact. That's why most, 99, not most, 99, let's call it what it is. Muslims in the world have put the Quran in the Guinness book. You know what the Quran is in the Guinness book for? The one book that has been read the most amount of time without being understood. All the Muslims can read the Quran without knowing anything, any alphabet about it. फिर कहते हैं अल्लाह का अज़ाब क्यों आ रहा है हम पे? आपकी किताब के साथ मैं ऐसे करूँ ना, और आपसे कहूँ मैं आपका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ, रोज़ आपकी किताब रट के सोता हूँ, और आप कहीं कुछ समझ आई, कक समझ नहीं आती सर, बल्कि मैं आपका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ. इसको हम कहते हैं हिब्बुल्लाह, इत्तक़ुल्लाह, कि हम तकवा कर, मोहब्बत कर अल्लाह से. You think this is मोहब्बत of Allah or taqwa of Allah? That I'm not going to understand a word you're saying, oh Allah. I'm going to keep kissing your book, reciting it without understanding a word. That's exactly why you wrote it, na'udhu billah. Imagine me doing this to any of your book. Yes, sir, you have a question. You keep popping up your hand.
So you mentioned earlier about taking action by fighting. How, as a Muslim in the West, can we do that?
This is how. I'm going to get to that. This is how. Okay? Don't worry. I'm going to give you a plan. This is how you start. This is how you end. Okay? Don't worry. I want to show you the machine. Don't worry.
So when are we going to address that? When are we going to address that?
How old are you?
I will guess. How old do you think I am?
Why would I guess, man? What, it's like a game now all of a
I
sudden?
mean, 23.
23. You're born here? What part of England are you born in?
Slough.
Slough. Slough. What does Slough mean?
No clue.
Is it Gaelic?
No clue.
Did you ever think?
No, what did you even know it?
Yeah. So you think you're going to get this?
Why?
23 years, you didn't pay attention to the name of your own town.
Why?
You think I expect you to do this?
Why is it that my town is any relevancy to
No, it's not about your town. It's about your brain. Thinking about what's the name of the, what's the word?
Right now, as Muslims, our biggest concern is the Ummah. Am I correct?
No, our biggest concern is the brain of the Ummah.
Right. So we see every day on our phones, on the news, we see Muslims being slaughtered everywhere, correct? So why is me asking a question regarding that specific thing have anything to do with the town?
I'll tell you. It's not about the town, man. It's about your brain. You want me to repeat that? The fact that you didn't think what it means something to me. What's your name?
Muhammad.
Muhammad. What does that mean?
Muhammad is the name of our prophet. I don't know what it means.
What?
I don't know what it means.
You never even thought about it?
I've thought about it, but I haven't given myself that time to understand it.
That's the problem with the Ummah. There you go. We're not just giving enough time.
So that's why we're here together, to learn that.
Yeah, not just to learn that, but to change the perspective first. Because I'm telling you, I can make you do a lot of things, but I'm not going to be able to make you do. I'm not going to be able to make you do stuff. That's something even prophets can't do to their people. Doing something you got to do on your own.
Right, but we have to understand what we need to do.
Not just that. I'm going to give you more than that. I'm going to give you a strategy. Inshallah. Right now. I just showed you, man. The strategy. Okay? Don't worry about it. That's why I came here. Yeah. And since you're 23, I'm going to build up a little more now because I know your dopamine is killing you right now. Okay?
We have been waiting for a very long time.
I know. Longer than most people.
It's been a few hours now.
I know. It's not just a few hours. It's like a year for you. I know. That's what YouTube is doing to you.
What was that, sorry?
That's YouTube and fast cars and microwaves and fast life.
What's the relevancy there?
Because you're more impatient than anybody else. That's the pressure from within yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's called instant gratification. Hold on to it, man.
Again, I'm struggling to see the relevance, but inshallah we see.
Instant gratification, you know what that means?
No, can you explain?
You need it right away. Have you heard the phrase patience is a virtue in England?
Yeah, I'm sure it's not hard to understand, but yeah.
But you heard it, right?
Yes.
Patience is a virtue. Why do you think it's a virtue?
Explain it.
I will. Yeah, I will. Don't worry. See, the 20-year-olds and 15 to 30-year-olds, you guys are going through a lot of pain because I show you this and then I change it.
Inshallah.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. You know what dopamine is?
Yeah, briefly.
You know how it works?
Not so much.
It's a pain, man. It's a pain.
Okay.
It's a pain. It's a pain. It's heroin has dopamine, most amount of dopamine, heroin. And cocaine, descending order, okay? Then marijuana, okay? Then cigarettes, okay? Heroin. And more than that, more than heroin, more than a shot of heroin, is in 2 minutes of FIFA on your PlayStation.
Right. I'm still struggling to...
Yeah, so if you're a heroin addict, and I'm telling you, you know what, I'm going to give it to you, don't worry, I'm going to give it to you. What are you going to do to me? You're going to come and bite me. That's where the phrase comes from, bite me. Because it says, be patient, okay? So, just like that, 20-year-olds, you've gone through this whole fast life so much that you want everything coming fast to you, okay? And you cannot wait, and it's all right. You'll have to train yourself into a little more, what's the word? Cruise control. Cruise it in, okay? Yeah.
All right, inshallah.
I'll tell you something. I went out for a break because I had to work with the little equipment thing with Mohsin, my teammate. We went outside. And on the way back, when he took a right turn, there was this red bus coming in. And on that top bus, you know what was written? Which was like the most astonishing thing. Everybody stopped. This red bus, which is a regular London bus, eh? But the most weird thing in Urdu was written. Everyone in Slough stopped. What the hell did this driver do?
What did he say? What was something about?
Nothing, I just made it up. I just wanted to show you what dopamine looks like. That's what dopamine is. Everyone's like, what the hell? Yeah, that's dopamine flowing through your blood.
To me, it just seems like the question that I asked doesn't want to get addressed.
Dude, I'm trying to do therapy as well as training. That's dopamine, man. That's impatience, curiosity coming in. Somebody even sore at me right now. But दुआएं दी आप लोगों ने कि ये क्या बकवास की तूने अभी? इतना बड़ा तूने मेरा पूरा क्यूरियोसिटी का पूरा मैंने तस्वीर बस के नीचे आ गई थी वह तो.
But as Muslims, all of us are gathered here to learn about the deen. And the
Did I speak about anything else but the deen today?
No.
I'm coming, don't worry. Don't worry. I know you're worried, but be patient. So, I have more questions from the boys back. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the deal. I'm going to keep, where's the mic? So quickly. Then, you get that now? There's a slide just for you. Wait for it. Go. You can go now. You want to stay? You stay. Okay, stay. I like that. Get used to these stages. Get used to looking at public from this angle, okay? It's the easiest thing to do is to sit there. Even easier is to sit right in the back. You feel safe. The toughest thing to do is sit here, facing everybody. Even tougher is to start talking about it. Okay, that takes guts. You got to train yourself into it. How? Just start doing it. Okay? Just start doing it. But always speak with your homework done. Yeah, otherwise you're going to make a fool out of yourself. That's why nobody wants to be here. You understand me? There are two things missing, homework and guts. You got one thing covered, guts. The rest is homework. You just have to do homework. Whatever you want to talk about. Have a purpose, you'll never get nervous. Okay. Yes, sir. Quick ones. English only? Still English only. Okay. Ali, you already had your question, man.
This is another question.
But there are so many people waiting up. I'm going to take your question. Don't worry about it. Just because I love your name.
Shall I answer now or shall
Anybody else has a question? Otherwise, we're just going to give it to Ali. Okay. Ali? Aaron, because I'm going to take you, because I want to take at least one.
So my question is, if we look at other religious communities, so for example the Jewish community, we see that the money within that community stays in a circular flow within them. So for example, the business leaders, they hire Jewish people to essentially carry out their work for them.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that we've been blessed with Islam, why hasn't that psychology and mentality remained the same within our own community?
Boys and girls, especially of that age, in 20s and 30s, okay? Even 40s, don't. Unless you know the psychology of money, the economy of wealth, the psychology of wealth, and train yourself how trade works, how money actually is circulated within a system, learn it. That's a science. It's not a coincidence that rich remain rich and poor remain poor. It's not a virtue to be poor. It's God's will who's going to give. But if you're not even trying, that's not virtuous. And I'm not trying to tell you to make money so that you can be rich. You spotted it. You nailed it, actually. That if you are doing it for the community, then you have no idea how important you are. You are probably the biggest asset in Islam. Okay? But the fact that you and I are in some sort of a competition, that is given by the household. Okay? You're Pakistani? Yeah. Oh, so you've been competing with your cousins ever since like this. You didn't even see your cousins. They were in Miyawali somewhere. But your mommy and daddy were like, wo kar gaya, tu abhi tak baitha hua hai. You understand me? That's how the ummah breaks. It's called fragmentation. Muslims are fragmented into families. Every family is competing with the other family. You understand me? That very community, you said, I didn't, you said, were forced to live in the sewers of Germany and Europe. And only on Thursdays they used to pick up the manhole, come out from the sewage. From this, you know what sewage is, right? Come out, all you women and men, do your groceries, and get back in. That's where they did something, which I'm going to tell you what they did. That's why they stuck together. Okay? In the sewers, they used to go together, and their elders, their fathers and mothers, used to tell their kids that don't worry. Because next year, we will be in Jerusalem. Next year, we will be in Jerusalem. And those kids used to cry because it's the sewers. Everyone knew that this is the worst any human being or any community can go through. Live in the sewers. But don't worry, next year in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem. Did they make it next year? No, they didn't. It took 30 years. But only 30 years, and they are on top of the world. They're the least amount of numbers and most amount of power. I swear to you, somebody asked me in Pakistan, कि और क्या कर सकते हैं ना? I said sewers. हमें भी गटरों में बंद कर दो, शायद कोई उस वजह से इकट्ठे हो जाए हम. You need to understand, the word Gentile became a thing because those Gentiles put them in the sewers. And one of those boys out of the sewers stood up and he wrote a 60-pager only called the Jutenstadt. And he says, listen, you men and women, it is not their fault, these Christians, these Europeans, it is not their fault that they always do this to us. Because when a cell within the body has its own philosophy, on its own doing, its own mechanics, it becomes a cancer and the body has to kill it. Our philosophy is for the day of judgment. Our philosophy of the covenant of God. These people are not of God. So they need to kill us. It's not their fault. It is us who has a different philosophy. That's why we are a cancer to Europe. We are the cancer to wherever we've been in Africa or Spain or in Andalusia and in England now or in Germany. So what do we need? We need our own homeland where we can practice our philosophy. That man's called Theodor Herzl. That book is called the Jutenstadt. What does that? The Jutenstadt means? You guys got taught German in here? No? Obviously not. This is England. 300 kilometers down, and of course, German is the first language in North Europe. The Jutenstadt, look it up. Read that tiny little pamphlet that changed the world for them. From sewers to next year in Jerusalem coming true. That's what Muslims need to do. Not because they did it, because we are the cancer to the rest of the world. You know why? We have a book that guides us. That book does not recognize the success that they call success. That does not recognize the failure they call failure. It is not our hijabs or our beards. No one has a problem with that. It is the definitions of the Quran that they have a problem with. That your book calls success something else. We call success something else. Your book does not harmonize with us. So obviously, what's your name? Zakaria. Zakaria, even though your name is from the Bible, but you are a cancer to the people who follow it. Because you have a different, the philosophy that counters theirs. So they're naturally going to take you out. It is not their fault. We would have done the same. We call them murtad. No, we just call them murtad. He's gone against it. Kafir is the guy who doesn't accept it. You understand me? So we got to come together, man. I'm sorry. You got to change that philosophy that was brewed in my blood, in your blood at the same time. That you are on your own and your wife and kids are the center of the universe. No, it's not. 2 billion people are. Okay? Let them sit there, right? Zakaria, you got it? Learn the financial systems. If I opened this program called Hayy al-Falah in England, that every Muslim has to come into the masjid, make masjid a profit center, it's a business center, make it an education center as well. I will give the teachers, I will pay the masjid. We will hold the sessions every Saturday or Sunday because you got to go to school, right? So on Saturday, Sunday, you just have to spend 2 or 3 hours and we will train you in what? That very word that you use, financial systems, business sense, wealth, how to circulate money, how to establish money, how to actually do it for the community, network together, how to build networks, how to create a lobby, how to make sure the lobby is working. There's a science behind this. It's not one man's opinion. Everyone who's done it has done it the same way because there's the same formula. Have you ever paid for Facebook? Has anyone ever paid for Facebook? No. But still, Mark Zuckerberg becomes a billionaire. You understand me? You need to understand how this system works. We're not trained in this system. And we are the people who aspire money the most. We judge people based on money, but we never are going to learn it. Just like the Quran. We love and judge people based on the Quran. We're never going to learn it. Okay? So there are 8 things the Jewish community did. I'm going to give you a letter on which those 8 things are described and explained. One of them is what I literally in very words that you just said. So amazing that you said it. Well, how old are you?
17.
You're 17. You're on the right line. In the wrong place. Okay? Change everybody. Okay? You're right. You got to change everybody because you cannot divorce all of them. They are your brothers and sisters. You cannot get out. I'm sorry. Otherwise, you're in the wrong religion anyway. We have to work for everybody, right? So you got to train everybody, man. Your next session should be yours here in this very hall. Zakaria, I mean it, on financial systems. How money should be circulated within Muslims, should be prospering other Muslims. Give an example. You know Prince Karim, the Aga Khan, Prince Karim? He stands on the pulpit, is giving a lecture, and this boy stands up and says, you know what, our community looks out for each other, I heard. And he says, yes, of course, you heard right. Why? I don't have money to go to that educational program at that university. I cannot make it even though I have the grace. I just don't have the money. And Prince Karim hears this boy, looks at the crowd, has a glass of water, sips it, puts it back. And he says, everybody, I need you to bid for this glass of water. That boy got $8 million right away. That's how community works. That's the definition of one family. You tell me any Muslim can stand on the pulpit and do this for any other Muslim? Think about it. Any Muslim. Right now, any Muslim alive. We claim to love Imran Khan in PTI and Muslim League, Nawaz Sharif and whatever. Yeah? You think Imran Khan can do this in PTI? No. So there's something wrong with the base wiring. You need to change the base wiring. That's why you also start with the 17-year-olds, okay? Because they're going to listen to you, and the virus has not gone into you guys yet. Plus, you know the systems. You know how it works. You've seen England work right there. Chamberlain was the name of the Prime Minister of your country. Your country, Chamberlain. Have you heard the name? 24 hours. He was taken in the nighttime. He was taken out, made to resign, and Sir Winston Churchill was made to enter the Buckingham Palace so that he can enforce the Jutenstaat in Palestine that very night. That's the power of people over governments. Not even a single Jewish member was a part of the British Parliament or the Senate at that time, or the cabinet. How did they do that? The power of the financial systems. That's how it works. That's why I said, envision your laptops, your written words, big changes happening somewhere else. I'll give you an example. A 23-year-old girl called Cynthia, I know her in Sweden. You know what she's written? She has actually written the foreign policy recommended, which is going to be implemented, of Pakistan in Sweden. How many years do you think you put in it? 4. To write that, to come to that level of that literature, right? But it took the first 15 years of parenting to make that fascination go into that girl. That's why Scandinavia is ruling the world. Because they want to, they were aiming for it. If you're not aiming for it, you're not gonna. Zacchaeus today, if they start aiming for it, then you're gonna achieve it. Because our mothers and fathers was not even aiming for global or ummah level objectives. They were aiming for family level objectives.
Why do you think there's such a disconnect between the two communities? So Like, for example,
Disconnect between which and which?
between the two communities. So why does
Which is the other one?
Jewish community and the Muslim community?
Disconnect. We're the most.
Like psychologically, because the Jewish community seems to be very community orientated compared to the Muslim community, we see more.
Dude, we were Gentile to begin with. Secondly, the Second World War didn't really help. Before that, Muslims and Jews lived the finest of their lives under Islam.
No, but I mean, not the relationship between them, but I mean within their own communities, why is the Jewish community, why do they seem more willing to help each other out compared to the Islamic community where there's
They didn't actually. If you read through it, you'll have to have a little more memory than just 70 years, right? If you read the history of the Jews, they are the most beaten up community in the history of the planet. Everyone comes in and starts beating the Jews, regardless of wherever they are, whoever they are. You know what I'm saying? The Africans, the Muslims didn't really do that, just isolated incidents, but they did happen. The Spanish, the Portuguese, the Germans, the British, there was a day called Hanukkah, which still is. England used to come out just to beat Jewish kids. And not pre-Holocaust, I'm talking about after Pakistan has been made. In the 50s and 60s and 70s. English boys used to come out on the Thursday, that, you know what, today is Jew beating day. They didn't enjoy a good time. They performed, man. They performed. How? You just said it, financial systems. Physics, mathematics, economics, law, political science. Just 5 of your majors, any one of them, and connect all the Muslim boys and girls. You need to go through these so that you guys can connect with the purpose. You need to write down that purpose. Remind me to talk about this, somebody. I don't want to leave this session without this, okay? Remind me. I'm going to end with this. Let me just go through this now. So your heart of your question was, and all of them, you guys are on the right page. So what to do? You were saying, niyat kafi nahi hai, kaam bataएं to say, what to do? Okay, I'll tell you what to do. It's not the first time anyone has come to say that we got to do something. Here you go. This is one case study, which you all love, by the way. The way Muslims talk about LGBT, nobody else does. So beautiful. It's delicious, actually. And this is the second case study. This is another community, okay? The climate change people. Have you heard of them? Obviously, you've heard of them. Have you ever seen them? No, you haven't. You've seen a lesbian or a gay, but you haven't seen this. If you compare the money between this, the financial, running through their campaigns and the whole system that they've made, and the influence, you'll be like, oh my God, this is bigger than any lobby in the world. Every country, every statesman, every Senate has this bill being discussed or passed already. Well, who are these people? How do they get it done? You guys have a taboo against LGBT. I'm going to tell you how it works. Zakaria, you need to know how it works. Because they're going against everybody. The biggest force against LGBT movement is who are the biggest enemy of LGBT? No, not Muslims. Are you kidding me? They love the Muslims because we just protest. The church. The church actually came against in the same way that they started. Church started doing this, 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 and this. The Christian Orthodox Church in America, England, Canada, Australia, everywhere. They combined together. Obviously, you didn't see it. You're not going to churches, nor are you going to those spaces where they're performing. Muslims, you know what they did? They started talking bad about it to each other and crying about it. Mera beta gay ho gaya idhar. Meri beti lesbian ho. That's it. या वो भी नहीं किया, वो तो छुपाई देते, उसकी बेटी ऐसे हो गई है, उसके बेटे को देखा है. That's all. That's what Muslims did. Now, how did they turn into a movement? How did they turn into a movement? This is how they did it. This is what you're gonna do. This is what I want you to do now. This is the only way to do it. But Zakaria pointed out the first and probably the most important part of the core, that if you do not understand the system, you won't be able to do any of this. I'm going to take it one step at a time, okay? First, you need to understand, there was a time not too long ago that in England, your king's England, every LGBT guy had to be admitted to a hospital, otherwise he would go to jail. In your England, if somebody associates themselves as L, G, B, or T, or any of the alphabets, he will be treated with medicine and electric current. Who started it? England started it. What? The therapy and the treatment. And then England, from this, comes to this. Mandatory. How many years? 1990, Zakaria, to 2024. That's 34 years. You see any reminiscence from the sewers in 34 years of Israel and this in 34 years in UK as mandatory? Imagine how things are envisioned and put into action. This is the only way. Muhammad, if you're not going to listen to this, then why did you ask a question, man? So, 30 years, Zakaria, do you think it's a long time? Yeah, so if you start right now, you can take over the world when you are? Yeah. You know how many 47-year-old people are here? And if I ever call them old, they will punch me. Because they're not old. 47 is the peak of their life because their brain is fully developed, their career is developed. Now they're enjoying, the fruits of their whole tenure of sacrifice and struggle. 47 is your peak. But their definition of success was their own selves. Their definition of success were not their own selves. No one is fighting on his own. Do you know that you have to have exactly this size of a kit, a little wider, a little heavier? This kit is in the pocket of every LGBT guy. You know what that kit is used for? Every 2 weeks, he's got to do this, take the blood out, check whether he has AIDS or not. Every 2 weeks he's got to, and you know why every 2 weeks? Because it's so expensive that you cannot waste it. So they have to wait 2 weeks. Otherwise you have to get tested every day. That's something that they're not going to tell you because it's not cool that you are a carrier at all times. And still, with this kind of a threat and risk, they managed to make it mandatory in UK. Now, let's change the landscape altogether. Let's change this climate change, because this is climate change, okay? Instead of Prince William going into climate change, let's think it's Islam. Islam being taught mandatory, Quran being taught mandatory, Sirah being, taught by Prince William, because there's going to be some William in his lineage, right? So that's okay. His first grandson, okay, or maybe his son. What? Does he have a son, by the way? Prince William? Okay. So, where did the other prince go? Canada. He's in Canada? Okay. So, Zakaria, focus. Prince William led Islamic movement in UK. Can you envision that? you better start, because it takes a moment to envision. Because if you're not getting a vision, you're not going to be able to do any of these. And even if you're doing it, no one's going to join you. Zakarias, Muhammad's, and Ali's, and Omar's. Where's Omar? Wait for people to come in only if you have the vision. If you do not have the vision and you do not have the ability to describe it, do not wait. No one's coming. I'm going to give you a little example so your age you'd understand. An airplane takes off, and there are 200 people in there and crashes on an island. Everybody survives with some injuries. Okay? This guy stands up like me. Okay? And he says, listen, ladies, gather up. See those leaves? It's going to be nighttime soon. I do not see any kind of signs of help coming in. So please gather the leaves. We're going to stash up some leaves. Sir, you go to the airplane, get the ration out, try and see what kind of ration we have. We need to measure everything so that we can see how many days of whatever we can do. 10 people from the back. Go on rendezvous, the whole, spread out, check out, rendezvous right here. Give us a report of what kind of resources we have. Everybody starts listening to me. Huh, Ali? I am leadership material. Everyone's like, whoa, this Shukara ye banda jahaz mein tha. He's like, he's the dude, he's the guy. And everyone starts doing whatever I'm telling them, because my confidence, my tone, my stature is right for the moment, and I'm doing I'm actually saying the right things. Everyone should do whatever I'm saying, right? Muhammad? Make sense? And I'm feeling, yeah, you know what, now I got this. Somebody says, Sahil, do you know what you're saying? Dude, I got this. Don't worry, I got this. People are listening to me. Please take care of the sick. See whoever has any kind of medical conditions. Any doctor, any nurse in the house? Yes, sir, you are a doctor. You two are nurses. Please make sure you make a tiny little hospital right here so that we can actually attend to the ill. Emergency taken care of. We have to do the right thing. All of a sudden, Zakaria, what's your name, sir? Sir, what's your name? Come here. All of a sudden, no, you don't need a microphone. I need you to see this, Zakaria. Stand up, come here. ऊपर आओ ना. क्या नाम है आपका? What's your name? Abdul Hadi. How old are you?
I'm 8.
8. Omar, listen to what I'm about to tell you. That's the power of vision, okay? That's the power of vision. I'm doing all of this, and Abdul Hadi says, "Pakro mujhe jacket ko pakro." Uncle, I need something to say. And I said, dude, listen, boy, go to your mother. Please, somebody take care of it. And then he says, no, tug back. And uncle, I have something to say. And I said, okay, what do you want to say? Because I want to seem like a leader. So I'm being empathetic. I'm so passionate and kind to children. It's like, Beta, what do you have to say? And then he says, uncle, I was on seat 41B. When the plane was going down, I was on a window seat tilting left. And I saw an island right there. People were there cooking, cleaning, everything. There was a whole village there. And it's right there. Now you tell me, Umar, who's the leader? Because this dude gave a vision. All of my skill is worthless now. I have to follow him. He's going to lead the way or wherever. He saw the vision, saw that village, and everyone's going to follow him. Umar, that's the power of the vision. So generate a vision. That's what it means. Next year in Jerusalem is a vision. Everybody was told about what Jerusalem looks like and what's there and what God promised us, what's going to happen there. People drew the picture. That's what they did. That's what they did. This is what they said in 1969. This is what they said, that we will make it mandatory that you recognize and accept and embrace our identity. In 1969, they gave their lives for it. And now it came true. So much so that a lot of your friends cannot be addressed because you do not know what to say to them, because You keep evading using the word he, she, they, or whatever. It's like, yeah, let's talk about me, man. Let's not talk about you. You know some. A lot of people know a lot. And they are generating their worldview and life objectives based on this because they had a vision and this was the execution. How does this happen? This happens very simply. This is how it happens. You start here, you go here, and then you end up here. Which you call the Jewish lobby is called the command room. There are so many books written about that lobby without that lobby ever being seen. People keep guessing. We've come up with a new word called deep state now. Heard the word deep state? You haven't heard the word deep state yet? A lot of you guys have. Some of them even guessed what deep state is. A lot of people are guessing, but it does exist. This is how you start. How do you start? You start by creating Zakaria, Omar, Ali, smaller groups and clusters who can listen to you when you talk with arguments which make sense, with solutions of problems people actually have. Not random topics, not stand-up comedy, not movies and dance and dramas and whatever. Talk about problems and talk about solutions. How are you going to talk about solutions? You got to read, open up books, study real facts and numbers, and start arguing and telling people that, you know what, we're suffering here. We're suffering. And then you start training people. Get people to get trained. I have a platform. It's for free. It's called IMS. Use that platform. Become a cluster member. Go start training people. We are actually getting you real professional teachers for free so that you can get those skills of financials and economic and mental programs, raise IQs. You know what the average IQ of a Pakistani is? 81. Zakaria, do you know what is IQ of a boy when he's born into the Down syndrome? 72. You know what an average IQ of the Ashkenazi Jew is? 159. You think you can ever compete with a guy who's got one more point on the IQ index? No, you can't. That's how powerful 1 point is on the IQ. You know how you raise IQs? Not by giving birth to smart people. Smart people are not born. Smart people are made smart. You train them into it. You train them on things which actually raise your IQ. Mathematics raises your IQ. Quran is mathematics. There is a subject that I teach in school. In my own school, the Quranic mathematics. Read the book. It's written by our guy from England. He's a Muslim. The Quranic, the ultimate mathematics. He opened the mathematics of the Quran. And to understand the level of mathematics that that book has, you need to have a PhD in mathematics to understand how complex this is. This is the power of the Quran, and that's just one man's math. That's not God's math. God knows what kind of depth mathematics have in the Quran. So what do? You go into teaching people how to network together. It's called a network. This is why it's called a network. We have more than 600,000 Muslims from 119 countries coming in together to make small clusters. We call them field rooms. They discuss, debate, argue, learn, raise the IQ. Without any homework first submitted, you cannot even speak a word. So they submit their paperwork. This is my research work. I want to talk about this. People come in and rate the speaker. He knows the rating system. So he's got to be on top of his game. Once you have this, then you move towards this. It's called the engine room, where you rightly said, if you do not have the money, talking about money is not going to cut it. You need to have programs where people are actually coming together. And that's why I said, Mark Zuckerberg, you don't pay for Facebook, he becomes a billionaire. That's the power of the network. You have enough network coming in, Whatever you do, which is competence-based though, you're going to actually generate money. That's called business. So we have 600,000 customers. Have you made anything this year to sell? If you made it, we had 600,000 customers already. It's got to be relevant, it's got to be real, it's got to be quality. That's why every Jewish product is in every Muslim home, because it works. Their shampoo is better than any other shampoo. Their cars are actually better than any other cars. यहूदियों का प्लान नहीं है, यहूदियों की कॉम्पिटेंस है. It's a natural demand of every human being to buy a product that actually works. Or Musliman, whenever Muslims go into product making, Muslims divorce it. कि इतना बुरा है अल्लाह. You know, even though cartoons the Muslims are making, and I want to say this to the camera, what's wrong with you guys? It's like you're still stuck in the 60s. हमारे बच्चे वो कार्टून भी नहीं देखते जो मुसलमानों ने बनाए होते हैं. Even the color tones and the aesthetics are from the 1960s. Have you seen a Muslim cartoon when you were a kid? No. You said, well, what were watching Dora? I'm just saying. So what are you doing here? Unless you are competent, please do not lower the standards by coming into the financial system. You have to be competent. And as soon as you become competent, you take care of. Let me ask you a question. Muhammad, who owns YouTube? No idea. But it's not a Muslim. I'll tell you, it's a lady, by the way, okay? Why do Muslims have a replacement of YouTube?
Do Muslims need a replacement for YouTube?
Yeah, we do.
Why is that?
Because they can turn it off anytime, man. But you need a better answer than this? Well, why are you looking at me as it's the wrong answer?
The article is...
You know, Dr. Siraj's channel got banned in 1 second. Did you know that?
That's because the truth, whenever the truth speaks, is always the falsehood will try to destroy it. This is.
So you want the falsehood to take control of our truth speakers?
Of course not.
So we need a YouTube, right? So what I'm saying, listen, dude, it's a simple answer. It's a simple question. We need our own controls over our own system, man. How hard is that to digest? Especially media, man. You think I want to watch Fox for what's going on in Israel?
I'm sure we need it, but I don't think now is the time.
Oh, really? Yeah, I know, you're right. That's the first thing you said, you're right. Because we needed it 30 years ago. You're right. Now is not the time. That was 30 years ago. So we need it yesterday. We don't just need YouTube. I don't care about YouTube. We need media. YouTube is part of the media. Part of the narrative. Part of what? Part of training the brains of this age to understand that cartoons were not your answer when you were 7. But your mommy shoved cartoons down your throat because she had to watch her own TV channels. Sorry. That's why. So, you need to redo the curriculum. You cannot do that, Zakaria. Your network can. They did the curriculum. They did the curriculum really well. It's part of the curriculum. You've been to schools. Have you actually been through the school at the time when the sex ed program had LGBT in there? No, but it's in there right now. Grade 3. That's part of the curriculum. It's called the education system. So this boy, when he's going to be in 3rd grade, he will know what and how this works more than you and I combined, because he'll be institutionalized into it. So I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. 30 years, still worth it. But it's going to happen way before 30 years. You know why? Because these folks did not have social media here. They did not have smartphones here. They did not have the kind of network power that we have now. Hell, they did not have the kind of money that Muslims have. Only, if you only played the numbers, we are 2 billion. Even if you take 1% of it, you're still doing better than most of the Jewish entrepreneurship in England. But you're not even going to have 1%. You know what 1% of 2 billion is? Zakaria, come on, man. Who's going to tell me 1% of 2 billion? Why don't I ask Muhammad? Do you know what 1% of 2 billion is? Google it up, man.
I'm still stuck on the first bit. My brain can't get past off what you're saying. So,
Listen,
if
first get the answer of 1% of 2 billion.
that's the second question.
1 million? 20 million. So, do you know how many subscribers Microsoft has? Do you know when Bill Gates became a billionaire, how many customers Windows had? Do the math. Then you'll know the power of 20 million Muslims, only 1% of Islam, coming into your network, coming in as consumers only. If only 20 million people come into IMS, only one app, you can actually select the Prime Minister of Pakistan. That's the power you have. You can deselect any existing Prime Minister of Pakistan as well. Is it juicy enough for you now? Or Lebanon? Actually, way less in Lebanon. It's way less. Actually, 1% of 20 million can do that in Lebanon. But it has to be global. It has to be people with enough money and enough acumen coming together. And we've done the math, by the way. We need a little less than 25,000. We've done the math. We list not 20 million. We need less than 25,000 people who have already entered the engine room. Here to here. Once they go here, this is going to come naturally. What is this, by the way? Global issues, geopolitics. You tell me, Muhammad? Lebanon, Pakistan. You're from Pakistan, Muhammad? What part?
Why is that shocking?
No, I'm not shocked. I'm just trying to make a wait so that people can go quiet, man. Don't worry. Not everything's about you, buddy. What's wrong with you? What's the full name of King Charles? Because you know what Nawaz Sharif is?
Yeah, I do know.
But you're English, man.
Okay.
You don't know King Charles' name, but you know Nawaz Sharif.
I don't need to know neither of the names. I happen to know it, but I don't see the need to know either of them.
You really don't think you need to know the king's name of England?
Why, you tell me, why is that significant? What makes his name significant?
Because it has Mountbatten in it, man. You know who Mountbatten is?
No.
Okay, we need to bring you back to zero first, then we'll start talking, okay? You're not at zero.
Again, everything, all the questions I've said, I've not.
Because you're not qualified to understand what I'm saying, buddy. You need to be competent in, consciously incompetent to know how incompetent you are. You're not even consciously incompetent right now. You don't even know what you don't know.
So we need
You see what I'm saying?
So we need to have YouTube first. Like
No, not YouTube. You need to have a book. Start reading from A onwards.
And that book
Okay?
is-
Science, physics, the Quran, man.
The Quran is the only book we need. As Muslims,
Listen, Umar, Ali, what's your Muhammad? MashaAllah, 3 good names. If you do not know physics, you cannot understand Quran, okay? No. Think about what I said.
Okay.
If you do not know physics, you cannot understand the Quran.
So at the time of the Sahaba,
Yeah.
they understood the Quran and they
Because they understood cosmology taught by the prophets. That's called Yatlu alayhim ayat.
so
So we stopped it. Now I want you to start it, man.
So we need to be able to understand the Quran, we need to be
Physics, mathematics, biology,
So-
political science,
So my question,
psychology.
My question.
Yeah.
At the time of the Sahaba, did they first study the Quran or did they first study the physics or anything else?
They studied it by the Prophet ﷺ at the same time. Abu Bakr Siddiq says, I was taught by the Prophet ﷺ Surah Baqarah in 8 years. No, hold on. Process what I'm saying, buddy. Do you know of any course in Islam right now, Muslim world, which teaches Surah Baqarah in 8 years? What are they going to teach? You know what the 8 Alim course is in Pakistan, Lahore? 8 years. You know what they teach? The whole Quran, the whole Seerah, the whole Sunnah, the whole Hadith, the whole Fiqh, and the jurisprudence covers all of whatever they've got in 8 years. And Abu Bakr Siddiq is studying Surah Baqarah only in 8 years by the Prophet. What do you think he was learning?
Everything. The Quran
Everything.
is all we need.
Were you not saying that Sahaba did not learn physics first?
But the Quran has everything in it for us. It's all about being able, finding people who can teach it, teach us.
Yeah. So I want you to become that teacher, man. You understand me? Is that too much to ask for?
No, I'm with you on that. That part I'm with you.
What part are you? What is the other part that I'm actually talking about?
I've lost you on this whole part of the media and this, and we need to basically have our own platforms and all of this.
What do you think وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ means, man?
Explain it to me. You're the one with the knowledge.
Muster up all whatever you can in power, quwwah, against them. What does that mean?
So power comes from?
Influence, man. Money, network. What else do you think power is? What do you think power is? Me doing my biceps?
Of course not. There's obviously different types of powers.
Well, this is the power Allah is talking about. Because in this very ayah, Allah says, throw against the enemy that you can see, and the enemy you cannot even see, only Allah knows. This very ayah. That's what I'm saying. You become a teacher of the Quran, you'll have to learn the Quran. Okay? Now, Omar, you with me on this? You got to take up a target here. You can't just be with me on this by words. You got to take up any one of these targets. And you need to have a 5-year strategy on this. If you're not putting your 5 years with the plan, with the vision, and a plan to achieve that vision, I'm sorry. You're going to go through the same kind of depression and the SSRI drugs your folks are going through all over England right now. Because they don't have a vision or the plan. They just have a feeling of success that you're trying to chase. That's all what's going on. And this is the problem with Muslims right now. This is what's bothering. This is the big bug, I call it the big bug. Zakaria, the big bug. You know what the big bug is? Here's the big bug. Unless mummies and daddies are grabbing Zakariyas when they're this age. How old is this boy? 5. What's your name? Afan. Afan is 5. Afan is 5. Mommy and daddy come together. Yes, sir.
I just got one question. So you know how you were explaining the LGBT community, for example, they've got a movement and that's the name of their movement, isn't it? And then you've got the structure that you're showing us, the pyramid, and how to build up the Muslim community.
LGBT didn't do it like that, but yeah, recipe is the same.
They're a movement, and that's their name. And now talking about the Islamic communities and the movement, what do you think? What type of movement should they be under? What should the movement be called?
The LGBT or the Muslims?
As the Muslims.
It's called Islam, man.
No, but
Islam is a movement.
Yeah, but there must be some sort of governing body in Islam for the people, no?
Yeah, we have one. His name is Muhammad bin Abdullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Yeah.
The body is the Quran, the Seerah and the Sunnah is the process.
Yeah, but...
By the way, this is exactly what Seerah tells us to do. You want me to show you events from the Seerah in this pyramid?
Yeah, but what...
Blue to green to yellow, all events in the Seerah. Let me narrate to you if you want me to. But that's not your question. Go on.
What I'm saying is the name of the movement for the LGBT community, their name...
Well, they don't, obviously, because they did not have a... What's the word? It's just a manifesto without a vision, right? Because they came up with, because they keep adding to their name every single day. It's all right. That's what they want to call it. Who cares?
So you know, as Muslims, should we not have a khilafah that is the governing body?
Khilafah is an instrument, buddy. Khilafah is not the purpose of Islam.
Not the purpose, but as in to unite us all and
Yeah.
to make a change
Yeah.
for Palestine. Should that not be the main governing body for all?
Listen, what do you think is more important? The ability to choose Khilafah or Khalifa or the Khilafah itself? What is more important?
Khilafah.
Really? So somebody can just change it? Listen, I'm asking you a simple question of common sense, man. Khilafah is more important or the ability to create and change Khilafah? No, it's not, buddy.
But it needs someone to obviously...
I know, we'll put a Khalifa, man. Don't worry about it. We want to call it a Khalifa, who cares? Point is not Khilafah. That's not the purpose. Khilafah is the man. Right? Islam is the system which creates the man, puts him in the place. So why would I put a name which is less than the purpose? Islam is the purpose. So we don't have to come up with new names, man. Our Prophet ﷺ gave it a name. Allah gave it a name. Kulu aslamtu. Who said? Ibrahim alayhi salam. That okay, I'm going to do whatever you tell me to. This is the manifesto. Okay, I'll take the manifesto. That's what Musa alayhi salam did. That's what our Prophet alayhi salam did. Right? So what do you think? Ibrahim alayhi salam is the most widely followed man in the planet right now. Ibrahim alayhi salam. From Siberia to Chile, everyone is the follower of Ibrahim alayhi salam. From Auckland to Fairbanks, Alaska, everyone is a follower of Ibrahim alayhi salam. Such a global name, isn't it? You'll have to make sure you become global instruments. Because our Prophet ﷺ was global, is global, will remain global. That's not something that anybody can change. Alhamdulillah. It's going to be there. But are we an instrument to that agency? No. We're just a local instrument trying to pull Islam down to my own household only. And it's not going to work. Islam does not work on a single household for the sake of working for the household. You know what I'm saying? It's like you go to the Pacific Ocean trying to put all the water in your home. It's going to destroy your home. It's not going to work for your home. It's not designed for tiny little capsules like me, my wife, and my kids only. That's too less of a capsule. If you want your house to survive with that kind of flow, you gotta make sure you are for the flow. The flow is not for you. You understand me? It's rather simple. Everybody gets it once you get to this. This is the problem. Now, a lot of people are going to object. It's not just object. Actually, people are going to fight against you about this. Quick question.
You just said the cartoons built by Muslims, they still have 60s graphics. They're not very attractive.
I'm just going
to. At the same time, the system that you have made, the IMS, it just looks like another WhatsApp group. It's not like we probably need a bigger or a state-of-the-art platform, which you know what I mean. It looks like a WhatsApp group.
It's not look like, it actually is a WhatsApp group. It should look like a WhatsApp group because it is a WhatsApp group. It's not a WhatsApp group, it's thousands of WhatsApp groups because that's what it is. One guy comes to Ali bin Abi Talib and says, you know what? With the same philosophy, same context, it's very context. He says, in the time of Umar al-Khattab, there was peace and prosperity. People had rights, people had serenity. Everybody was happy. And in your time, it's just turmoil. Everyone's fighting. No one's getting whatever they deserve. Ali bin Abi Talib says, because there's a big difference, man. The guy says, what's the difference? Ali says, the difference is that I was the soldier of Umar, and you are the soldier of Ali. So my IMS looks like this because I'm relying on Muslims right now. I can outsource it to American Peters and Franks. They're going to make such an amazing product out of it. You know what I'm saying? I gave it to Muslims, and they're dragging it. They're keying my car. You know what I'm saying? Instead of putting it in ignition, they're keying my car, every inch of my car. You have no idea. I have lost count on the kind of Muslim software houses I've given IMS to be built into an app. Every single one of them took the money, ran away. Yeah. That's why I rely on Zacarias now. Zakaria, you're my only hope. Only if you have this. Because I'm telling you, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not talking about your daddies or mommies. I'm talking about my daddy or my mommy. So you won't get offended, okay? I have to be in Canada. I have to be in Canada. Okay, here is the problem. Self-esteem. You know what self-esteem is, Zakaria? No, that's called self-confidence.
Self-belief.
Yeah, of? where you put yourself in the crowd. For your age, that's what I'm going to tell you. And I'm talking about the crowd of the world, or your friends, or wherever that crowd is. So if you're not competent, you better not have self-esteem. You understand me? If you are competent, you will naturally have self-esteem. And Muslims have a very loud voice and mouth, no performance to back it up. That's why they use the Quran as a hunter. Because if you ask anyone about the Quran, from the guy who's talking about the Quran, he does not know how to explain it, so he starts beating you up with it. You know what that means, right? So Muslims are not performing, so they cannot have self-esteem. It's that simple. I'll give you a little example, a task, a homework. Tomorrow, Monday, call a Pakistani solicitor for any random thing. And then call a white solicitor for the same thing. Compare the answers. And I mean random. Keep doing this exercise till you get the same answer. And tell me the number of Pakistanis it took for you to get the same answer. My bet is there's going to be over 50. And they'll be born and raised in England. Hence they became a solicitor. You understand me? And that's just one area. Of what, beta? Of what? Educational reform. Because there cannot be two different laws in England. That's the one thing that cannot happen. There's just one law. That's why it's called a lawyer. He can compete with the same against the lawyer on the same law. But you're going to get two different laws. And I want you to prove me wrong, at least on the number. But I'm sorry. I need you to go through these homeworks. Ali's and Umar's, go through this homework and so that you can see where the problem is. Otherwise, you will become a problem. So here's the problem, self-esteem. The only way to get self-esteem is if you're actually competent. Because if you're not competent, you will have to naturally fake it. Once you're faking it, you lose self-belief. Okay? So this is the problem. Self-esteem and purpose. Now, the second problem Islam is suffering from right now is Muslims with a local purpose. Muslims with a local purpose. They will never go global. Praying and protesting Muslims only about things which they're not going to do anything about. They do not have a local purpose. So, a global purpose. So these two things combine to make the actual recipe. How are you going to combine two things? I'm sorry, you're not going to. I know that. You don't even have to say that you're going to. So only you can. Only the boys in the 18, 20, 25s can. You combine these two things. How are you going to do that, Zakaria? I'm sorry, I apologize. You'll have to train your own self on it. You can get some support from your family, but you got to train yourself on it. If you're not global, you are the problem. If you have low self-esteem, you are the problem. So, once you got a bigger purpose set, which is Islam, once you have your own competence going up and up, you're going to have self-esteem. This is the problem you need to be very, what's the word in English? Wary. Here you go. If you have low self-esteem but a high purpose, which most Muslims do not even have, okay, because they don't think global. If you have low self-esteem but a very high purpose, all talk and you want to feel and you start feeling the Palestinian pressure and everything, you're going to go nihilist. Because you'll know the truth and then you'll be like, oh, I can't even do anything about it. Nihilism will seep in, depression, guilt, and you see what's going on, especially in women. Because they can feel whatever a man can feel, especially looking at the Palestinian thingy, a woman naturally is going to feel 10 times more. Allah has given you guys the ability. So you feel it, while you cannot do anything about it, and that's where the depression comes in. And I'm just talking about conscious Muslims. Those Muslims who don't even care, I don't even care about them. So they don't even count. Then, Zakaria, hold on, okay? Forget this, listen to me. If you have a low self-esteem and a high purpose, you will have nihilism. You know what nihilism is? You know what nihilism is. What is it?
It's like you don't have any motivation to
There is no purpose. You have no purpose to do anything. So nihilism is a guy, nihilistic guy is a guy whose brain does not generate enough dopamine to even get out of bed. He does not have any purpose to do anything anymore. Okay? Nihilism is a disease. It's not like a taboo or anything that I'm calling it. Nihilism is an actual disease. There's medicine for it. It's called serotonin, by the way. Okay? The serotonin is the chemical of purpose. I don't know why I keep carrying this. I was thinking, why I was trying to click from it. You know, it's right. I need something to lean on. So, most kids, who, especially girls, who go through Palestinian news and everything, they go into guilt and second stage depression. So if you're training kids on Islam and you're not giving them enough power to do something about it, they're naturally going to go nihilistic. Because they'll know right from wrong and they'll be like, oh, hum to kuch kar hi nahi sakte. We can't even do anything. And then they will lose their self-worth. It is that big of a problem. Now, let's just say you have very high self-esteem, but a low purpose. Low purpose, which means you're playing local. You're a Pakistani, not a Muslim. Because you cannot be both at the same time a lot of times. A lot of times you cannot be Muslim and Pakistani at the same time. That's why nationalism is the biggest problem in the philosophy of Islam. Okay, Abu Bakr Siddiq, when he saw nationalistic, patriotic people, he used the word, I can't even tell you, because Muslims in Pakistan and India are not even mentally trained to hear those words. That analogy that he gave, you have to read it. Only an Arab can understand that analogy. Because Abu Bakr Siddiq said it to that man in the center of thousands of people and said, whatever you said reeks of something. And he said, what? He said, you want to find out the flavor? Go to Naila. You know who Naila was? The idol of the Romans in the Kaaba. Their Valentine. Yeah. Because Naila was standing in front of a boy and they were consummating their relationship in the Kaaba because that was romance. They were the gods of romance. And he says, you want to smell what patriotism looks like? I'll tell you what you can do and go, and you can taste that flavor. Go to Naila, and she's going to make you taste it. This is Abu Bakr Siddiq giving us till the day of Qiyamah of what patriotism is, how disgusting and filthy this disease is. And Pakistanis, you know what they do? When they read the hadith, they're like, ज़ईफ़ hadith है, ये तो अखलाक के ही खिलाफ लगती है. ये किसी ने ऐसी लिख दी है. उनको अरब की साइकोलॉजी पता नहीं चलती और पाकिस्तानी साइकोलॉजी में इस्लाम फिट कर रहे होते हैं. पाकिस्तान की साइकोलॉजी में इस्लाम नहीं फिट हो सकता. You want to know Islam? Mentally migrate to Arabia. See how the Arabs think. I use the word jahil. Remember on TV? See what happened to Pakistani? The word is used in the Quran more than 20 times. Literally. Ayyuhal jahilun. Allah talks about the insan, the human being. Innahu kana zaluman jahula. Human being is zalim and jahil. So we better start understanding. इकबाल ने कहा था ना, इस्लाम सीखना है हिंद से निकल खुदा कैमरे में, हिंद से निकल अरब में जा. Go to Arab. You want to know Islam? Learn it from the Arabs. You know, in Arabia, the Arabs, Saudi Arab, when the Pakistanis come to do Hajj, you know what they do? They have a protocol, they told me. They have a protocol that Pakistanis are coming, they make a certain gap. They move away, the Pakistani version of Hajj is about to begin. All the Arabs wait, Pakistanis and Indians come in, and they do whatever they think is Hajj, and the Arabs are like, oh my God. And then when they go, then they do the real Hajj of the Prophet ﷺ. Sisters, you've seen that? How have you seen that? You were with the crowd? Oh, you were with the Arab. So they told you, right? How would they tell you? They don't want to offend anybody. Yeah, you been there? I can hear you.
Nationalism of Pakistan is based on religion of Islam.
No, it's not. Nationalism of anything cannot be based on Islam. The country of Pakistan.
On which definition Pakistan is a nation? On the base of religion, we are a nation. Pakistan is a nation on the base of religion. So when
Pakistan is not. Listen, I know what you mean. आप उर्दू में पूछिए. आप ताकि मैं जुमला अंग्रेजी में गलत बोल रहे हो. उर्दू में पूछें. जुमला ही गलत है.
पाकिस्तान का सब नेशनलिज्म इस्लाम पर बन गया.
देखा ये गलत है. अंग्रेजी ना तो बोलें. पाकिस्तान का नेशनलिज्म हो या मक्के का नेशनलिज्म हो, इस्लाम पे नहीं हो सकता ना वो. नेशनलिज्म इस्लाम पे नहीं हो सकता, चाहे मक्का में हो.
So on the which base Pakistan came into being? Pakistan claimed to be a nation on which ground? On the ground of Islam. We said we are Muslim.
Pakistan was made on the philosophy that we cannot live with Hindus because we are Muslims. आगे मैं पूरा जुमला करूँगा, आपको समझ आ जाएगी. So anyone who is a Muslim should be a Pakistani citizen then, right? No? नहीं सर, I'm talking about the subcontinent as well. Any Muslim in Lebanon should be a Pakistani citizen based on the definition of Pakistan. No, sir. Then you are taking it out of Islam then.
We have a nation-state system and it was always...
No, we don't have a nation-state system. Sir, Winston Churchill has a nation-state system. Muslims don't. आप एक ही वक्त में दोनों चीजें क्यों कंबाइन कर रहे हैं?
Okay. I am not trying to combine. Please try.
सुने, मैं आपकी बातें समझ गया, आप मेरी बातें समझ नहीं, आप ये समझ रहे हैं कि मुझे आपकी बातें समझ नहीं आ रही. सुने. Nation-state system of Sir Winston Churchill. You know what that is?
So forget about Winston Churchill or whoever.
Why would I forget?
Talk about idea, okay?
आता हूँ ना सर, आइडिया ये है. आइडिया पे आता हूँ. आपको जल्दी क्यों है? जल्दी क्यों है? विंस्टन चर्चिल ने मुल्क बना दिए. अल्लाह ने नहीं बनाए. विंस्टन चर्चिल ने, you know that, right? और मैं आता हूँ पाकिस्तान पे सर. अच्छा ये बताएं. बहरीन का इजाज़त ने बनाया. बहरीन.
They have their own movement, their own struggle.
विंस्टन चर्चिल ने बनाया है. आपको पता ही नहीं इस बात का. सऊदी अरब किसने बनाया? Saudi Arab was made by Sir Winston Churchill. You don't know that. Oh, that's the problem then. You know that, right?
When there was end of Turk Khilafat, so then there was demarcation.
By
Britain, that was...
Sir Winston Churchill, yeah, that's what I'm going to. So Britain gave birth to these countries. Allah didn't. You get that? अभी मैं आता हूँ पाकिस्तान पे. अभी पाकिस्तानी नस ना फड़काएं अपनी. मुल्क बना दिए उन्होंने. ठीक है. अब अचानक इंडिया में एक मूवमेंट हमने की कि हम हिंदुओं के साथ नहीं रह सकते. Any Muslim who is a Muslim has to practice Islam in this part of the land. We are going to call it Pakistan. Right? So why did we make a boundary against Iran and Afghanistan? They're Muslims. Aren't they the same? दो कौमी नजरिए वाले हमारी कौम. Sir, what?
Two-nation theory in the context.
Two nation against Indians, right? Hindus, Muslims.
Iranian, they are living in their own country. Afghanistan.
Listen, we didn't make Iran,
We
right?
have a problem with subcontinent issues.
So I get it. Listen. एक वक्त में take step one, I'll make you take step two. Hindus, Muslims, split. Muslims are not going to live with Hindus anymore. They need to practice Islam. So we are not India anymore. We are Muslims. So why are we different country than Afghani Muslims or Irani Muslims? Shouldn't they be getting a Pakistani passport? You're Muslims, come and live with us. We're going to practice Islam. 2 कौमी नज़रिया, 4 कौमी नज़रिया तो नहीं है ना. 4 मीनिंग ईरानी, अफगानी, पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन. ये 4 कौमी नज़रिया तो नहीं है ना. 2 कौमी नज़रिया है ना.
Sir, here we are confusing two points. There is a concept of unity and ideology of Pakistan. So when we are two different nations, so we demanded ideology of Pakistan on the base that we are.
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
Asif.
आसिफ साहब, 2 कौमों में एक कौम हिंदू है, दूसरी कौम कौन सी है? तो जो भी मुसलमान होगा वो पाकिस्तानी सिटीजन होना चाहिए ना. ये है 2 कौमी नजरिया सर. वो आपने पढ़ा ही नहीं हुआ ना. बताओ हाउ इज पॉसिबल. सबको सवाल समझ आ गया? I'll tell you it's possible. Every Jew born in any part of the world is an Israeli citizen. ये आपको नहीं पता था इस बात का?
Sir, there is like, okay, we have Pakistan is not a one country in the world, so we are.
Israel is not a one country in the world. आपको क्या पता था आसिफ साहब कि हर यहूदी पैदाइशी इसराइल का सिटीजन है? आप पता चल गया? इसको आइडियोलॉजी बोलते हैं. कहाँ चले गए? खिलाफत कहाँ से आ गई बीच में सर? हर चीज बीच में क्यों डाले जा रहे हैं? इसराइल में खिलाफत है सर. नो, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट आइडियोलॉजी टू आइडियोलॉजी. Israel and Pakistan are both the only 2 countries made on Israel ideologies. उन्होंने कहा कि जो भी मुसलमान होगा, पाकिस्तानी ने कहा जो मुसलमान होगा, हिंदू नहीं है, वो इधर आ जाए. बुलाया था हमने सबको, आए थे लोग, सिवाय उनके कि जो असल में मुसलमान हैं वो ना आए. ये कहीं लिखा हुआ है? इसराइल ने कहा जो भी यहूदी इधर आ जाए. सब यहूदी इसराइली सिटीजन हो गए. आपको पता ना, जो भी यहूदी कहीं भी पैदा होगा, ही इज इसराइली सिटीजन, चाहे ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, ईरान हो, पाकिस्तान हो. अच्छा आसिफ साहब सुनिए सुनिए, आप मुझे एक जुमले में बताएं आपका कॉन्टेक्स्ट जहाँ पे मैं गलत हूँ. और सर क्या पता मैं गलत हूँ, मैं कोई नबी तो नहीं हूँ ना. आप बताएं.
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि आपने कहा कि सम टाइम we have a conflict with Islamic ideology and nationalism of Pakistan.
No, all the time, all the time.
Never, sir. Because we have declared Islam to be our state religion.
Really? तो अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान की भी जंग हो रही है, कौन ठीक है?
Sir, there are political issues involved. So every country has a political issue. So it's not.
So countries will have political issues, ना? So countries नहीं होनी चाहिए ना? तो मैं भी कह रहा हूँ. प्रैक्टिकल वर्ल्ड नहीं सर, करंट वर्ल्ड बोलें. इस्लाम प्रैक्टिकल नहीं था जब अल्लाह. अच्छा ये बताए, हज़रत उमर के टाइम पे, हज़रत उमर का दुनिया की हिस्ट्री के सबसे बड़े मुल्कों में से एक मुल्क हज़रत उमर के पास था. उस मुल्क का नाम क्या है? व्हाट यू थिंक? अफ्रीका के लोग कह रहे हैं हम मदीना में आए हैं, मदीना में एंटर हुए. व्हाट वाज द नेम ऑफ द खिलाफा? You think there was no name?
No.
So, giving it different names is okay? मैं बताता हूँ, अगर कराची अलग मुल्क बनाना चाहे तो बनाने देना उसको. है अल्लाह, क्यों? क्यों? नहीं, कराची वाले कहीं सर, कराची वाला हमारे कराची में पैदा हुए, हम अलग मुल्क बना देते हैं. It happened to Dhaka sir. It happened to Dhaka. तो इट्स पॉसिबल ना, इट्स पॉसिबल ना कि नहीं तो ना कहीं इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. हाँ, अगर कराची अलग हो रहता तो आपको तो ठीक नहीं लगेगा ना, इट्स अगेंस्ट द नेशन स्टेट. तो जब इस्लाम को अलग करके मुल्क बनाया वो क्यों ठीक है फिर? वो प्रैक्टिकल हो गया. We were very peaceful. We were just not peaceful with Winston Churchill. आप ये बताएं, और सुने, और नहीं सुने, आप ये बताएं, फ्रांस और जर्मनी में यूरो चलता है? दोनों में यूरो चलता है सर. यूरोपियन यूनियन एक करेंसी कर चुकी है, उनकी बॉडी भी बन चुकी है, पॉलिटिकल बॉडी, इसको नेटो बोलते हैं, उनकी आर्मी भी है. उसको क्यों नहीं खिलाफा बोलते? वो करें तो ठीक, हम करें तो प्रैक्टिकल नहीं है.
OIC is the biggest
organization
no, Muslim have. No other countries, no other religions such type of organization.
सर रिलीजन,
Don't think about that.
आप शायद मेरी बात शायद सुन नहीं रहे हैं या आप समझ नहीं रहे. नेटो इज खिलाफा. Oh, really? What? क्या फ़र्क है?
It's their defensive body to protect the countries who are willing.
सर आपको पता है ना कि यूरोप की प्रोग्रेस के लिए नेटो बनी हुई है, यूरोप के डिफेंस के लिए नहीं बनी हुई। एक काम पड़ गया उनको डिफेंस का, वो भी रूस की वजह से, वरना नेटो ने कब यूरोप को डिफेंड किए पहले? अभी ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ी। किसने यूरोप पे हमला किया भाई नेटो के बनने के बाद? आपस में प्रॉस्पेरिटी और वेलफेयर स्टेट बना के रख दी उन्होंने। तो इसी को जब हम करते हैं तो आप कहते हैं नहीं सर, नेशंस बन चुकी हैं। ठीक है गाइस, लिसन, मैं आता हूँ वापस, पहले ये स्लाइड पूरी कर ले। हाई सेल्फ एस्टीम और हाई पर्पस के बगैर एक जुमले में बता रहा हूँ, उर्दू में बता रहा हूँ, देन आई एम गोना स्पीक इंग्लिश, डोंट वरी। कुरान आपको समझ आ ही नहीं सकता अगर आप हाई सेल्फ एस्टीम के नहीं हैं और हाई पर्पस के नहीं हैं। ओके, बड़ा पर्पस रखना ज़रूरी है कुरान के लिए। अभी मैं पहले कुरान की बात नहीं कर रहा था, मैं मुसलमानों की बात कर रहा था। मुसलमानों की हाई सेल्फ एस्टीम हो तो उनको पर्पस नहीं मिलता, वो लिबरल्स कहते हैं उनको। आप जो हाई एस्टीम में चौधरियों के बच्चे हो जाते हैं या उनकी बड़ी एस्टीम होती है अपनी। या पिछले मैंने मैनचेस्टर बोला, इमरान खान इज़ हाई सेल्फ एस्टीम लो पर्पस, नवाज शरीफ इज़ लो सेल्फ एस्टीम लो पर्पस। सो अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल स्टार्टेड कंप्लेनिंग कि हैं सर इमरान खान को आपने लो पर्पस क्यों बोला है? I said, what? That's your problem. You should be like, sir, high self-esteem किस बेस पे बोला आपने? हमें भी पता, हम भी लिए। It's biasness, nothing else. Okay? So what I'm saying is, अगर हमारी आर्मी हाई सेल्फ एस्टीम की होती ना तो ईरान भी बचा लेते हम, फ़लस्तीन भी बचा लेते। समझ रहे हैं? पर्पल को छोड़ें, नेशन स्टेट के अंदर आप समझ रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान फ़लस्तीन में नहीं इंटरवीन करना चाहिए? नहीं करना चाहिए। ओके, मार देना चाहिए, बल्कि अंडर इंटरनेशनल लॉ वी रिस्पेक्ट दैट। तो आपको पता है फ़लस्तीन, लेबनान, डू यू नो दैट पैलेस्टाइन इज हिट बाय द आर्मी, रियल आर्मी, बाय ओनली वन कंट्री इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ पैलेस्टाइन। यू नो व्हाट दैट कंट्री इज? पाकिस्तान। वी किल्ड 40,000 पीपल इन वन फ्राइडे। तब क्या था इंटरनेशनल लॉ? इसराइल नहीं सर, पैलेस्टाइन। पाकिस्तान ने फ़लस्तीन पे हमला करके 50,000 फ़लस्तीनी कत्ल किए हुए हैं। ओह, इट वाज अनदर इश्यू, बट वी किल्ड पैलेस्टीनियंस। और जो तो अल्लाह बुलाए तो ना जाएं, जॉर्डन बुलाए तो चले जाएं। You actually justifying this? We have no right to go to Palestine. Hold on, बेटा बहस नहीं करनी। इंटरनेशनल लॉ को अबाइड करना किसने कहा करना जरूरी है? Is what? Of human beings under UN. सुने, आपने मान लिया, आपने कह दिया मैंने मान लिया। UN के कायदे को मानना जरूरी है, अल्लाह ने कहा है, खुद हमने कहा है। और अल्लाह के कायदे को मानना जरूरी नहीं है। UN का कायदा अल्लाह के कायदे के खिलाफ जा रहा हो तो किसको मानूं? आसिफ साहब, कुरान के ये है फर्क। ये मैं कह रहा था कि इस्लाम को सियासत से अलग कर दिया। That's what I was saying, that Muslims have split Islam and politics, world, deen and dunya. You think Islam has nothing to do with politics. That's what you're trained on. No, every Pakistani is trained on this, don't worry. That's what Imran Khan is trained on, that's what Nawaz Sharif is trained on, that we have nothing to do with Islam.
About practical things, which can be possible.
Yeah. Like I'll tell you one example of practical things. This is going to be, I swear to God, a real fire burning my real skin on the day of judgment. It's not practical enough for you? My kids will be actually burnt by real fire if they don't do anything or I don't do anything for them. That's practical. Just because it's not happened yet, you think it's not practical. That's the difference between Quran's philosophy and Pakistan's philosophy. Okay? Pakistan army thinks that they're Muslims. Pakistani politicians think they're Muslims because the definition of Islam that they have is without any self-esteem or big purpose. They will carry Allah's rocket like Taylor Swift carries the cross. They will say Allahu Akbar and pray, but they will do nothing about the Quran's commandments. Quran's commandments are all political, Asif साहब. कुरान पाक ने फॉरेन पॉलिसी दी हुई है पाकिस्तान को. करारदाद मकासद में आपकी लिखा हुआ है कि कोई फॉरेन पॉलिसी या पॉलिसी कुरान के रिपग्नेंट नहीं होगी. कुरान ने कहा था जाओ फ़लस्तीन, लिखा हुआ है आयत में. तो हमने क्यों रिपग्नेंट टू कुरान पॉलिसी बनाई हुई है? फिर कुरान में लिटरली लिखा है वमा लकुम ला तुकातिलूना फी सबीलिल्लाह वल मुस्तदअफीना मिनर रिजाली वन निसा. Why didn't we go there? Quraanad Maqasid has made sure we go there, but our army does not follow it. So if we are doing something which is repugnant to the Quran, keep your listen. या सिर्फ सही सही कह रहे हैं आप. हर पाकिस्तानी को यही पट्टी पड़ाएगी. और पूछें तो सही मेरे से, आप मुझे बता क्यों नहीं, पूछ क्यों नहीं रहे कि सर यहाँ पे हमारा यूएन से किया गया प्रॉमिस किधर जाएगा? ये सवाल होना चाहिए ना आपका. और सर आप क्यों समझ रहे हैं मुझे पता नहीं है. मैं लोगों का टाइम बचा रहा हूँ, लगेगा बहस हो रही है. हमने यूएन से प्रॉमिस किया, हमें पूरा करना चाहिए. ठीक कह रहे हैं, ठीक कह रहे हैं. उससे पहले जो अल्लाह से प्रॉमिस किया वो नहीं पूरा करना, वो भी करना है. अब दोनों प्रोसेस काउंटर करके तो कौन सा प्रॉमिस मैं मांगूंगा? बताए ना. रियल ओके, दैट्स इट. नो बी डन. नो. और अगर स्टेट ना बनाए तो मेरा काम स्टेट को डिथ्रोन करना इस्लाम में फर्ज है. या no through this buddy, this not elections. No please don't do that. Come on. No that's just ad hominem. Okay, this is not elections sir. This is how you do this. आपके बच्चों के पास नवाज शरीफ भीख मांगने आना चाहिए कि भाई मेरा इतने बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया, मेरी सीवी लगाओ इस पे. You need to understand the power of the network. और आपके बच्चों को पता क्या कैसे कहना चाहिए कि बेटा किधर आए हो, तुम्हें अल्लाह ने पावर दी थी, तुम कुरान के खिलाफ पैदल गए हो 4 दफा. तुम्हें किस बेस बताएं, प्रूव कर दो. हमने किसी के मामे के बेटे को तो नहीं लगाना. We are going to qualify anyone on Islam. You qualify, we'll make it to you. Even if you're Nawaz Sharif or Shehbaz Sharif, who cares? Your kids have to be in a flow of Islam only. That's it. Nawaz Sharif never qualified on Islamic principles. At least Imran Khan said that he does, which he didn't, but he said that he does. Again, which he didn't. So, you need to be very careful. Before I go into this slide, because this is a new launch that I took up myself, because it's not my product nor my company. These books, when I saw, it changed the game for me. This is the need for little kids till the 10th grade age of kids. Go through this website and read the value system and the attributes that they are trying to make. Go through them. Just read the books. It's on the website, okay? Go through them. That's where you are going to understand क्या चीज़ें miss हो रही हैं. What are you guys missing out on? I can speak for 10 days and I cannot go through the list because there's such a big list we miss out on our kids, especially building their characters. For example, courage. For example, empathy. For example, fairness. That cannot be taught, I'm sorry. That can only be trained. Courage cannot be taught. मैं लेक्चर दूंगा बहादुर हो जाए, हो ही नहीं सकता. आपको पकड़ के गोते दूंगा तो आप तैरना सीखेंगे. किताब देके ना तैरना नहीं सीख सकते, डर नहीं निकल सकता. किताब बताऊंगा, लेक्चर दूंगा, एम्पैथी कर, you're not going to be empathetic. Put you in a situation, make you go through the stuff, you'll be trained on empathy. So this has to be again, this is not from a source code, so don't think I'm trying to present a product here. This is a totally different company, came up with the finest solution that I've ever seen. It's a eclectic, build-up, step-by-step program. Go through this. I have never ever endorsed any program in my life ever. This is the one program I am not just endorsing. I want you to go and explore as mothers and fathers, see what this program is all about. This is an educational program. You just have to go through those little chapters one by one, age-wise. Real psychologists have worked with real psychology every step of the way. Go through the list of attributes. That's only possible if you're actually serious about understanding character hota kya hai, how to build a character in a child. Okay? So I'm going to give you a lot of details. First, I don't have to give you details. You have to go through the website. This is the website, characterbuilding.education. Go through the website. Okay? Understand what these books are and what they train. Because they train the mothers, they train the fathers. Most of all, they actually are designed for the kids. You have to go through the stories because kids only learn in stories. You start telling a story, he's going to stick to you. She's going to stick to you. It's just a story. And every story has an attribute behind it. Every story has a sequence leading up to the next attribute. That's how kids develop character. That's how kids develop sense and empathy. And most of all, that's how kids develop a sense of community. That's why, go through this. Please just write this down and spread it. Spread it so that you can understand how people can discuss this and make it go through your own minds to different people's perspectives. Make sure, especially mothers and fathers, okay? Youth, for Zakaria, you need to start jumping on your own, man. Okay? You need to start jumping on your own. And because if you do not, Zakaria, if you do not have a high purpose, Allah bachaye un logon se. Umar Khattab said, save me, oh Allah, save me. From who? From this kafir. A kafir with this. And a Muslim. Save me from the Muslim of this. Low self-esteem. That's the prayer of Umar Khattab. Oh Allah, save me from the Qawi Kafir or the Da'if Mu'min. मुझे ज़ईफ मोमिन के शर से बचाई और मुझे कवी काफिर के शर से बचाई. ज़ईफ मोमिन का शर उमर बिन खत्ताब को पता है, हमें क्यों नहीं पता? ज़ईफ मोमिन क्या होता है? Like biceps and triceps. Yeah. ज़ईफ मोमिन होता है powerless Muslim. It's a disease in Islam. Umar Khattab is calling us a disease and saving himself, calling Allah Azza wa Jal कि या Allah, Allah उसको protect करे किससे हमसे. Imagine कि Allah उस उमर को protect करे हमारी type के मुसलमानों से. It's a problem of a totally different nature when you look at this prayer. So, Kavi Momin की definition group में बेटा अभी बता दूँ. You cannot be a Kavi Momin alone. Kavi Momin is when you connect together and you work together. Everyone has the same purpose. People with different skills are going to come in. Everyone's going to add to your purpose. All of you guys cannot have the same skill set or the same skill type. That's why you need everybody. Islam is not a one-man job. And we are designed to be like, oh, I'm a one-man army. Then you're not a Muslim, man, because Muslim is the name of a community. You want to go Buddhism, man, that's awesome. That's a one-man job. Find a fig tree, go Zen. Islam, connect everybody. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience and time. Ask people. Where's the code?
I see it.
Where? I can't see it. How can they see it? You put it on the district table, yes. We have an IMS UK chapter. Please scan this code and spread it. If you scan it, you're naturally going to come into this engine. You're going to go right here. You're going to land here. You scan the code, you're going to be right here. And then you can just be a student, learn from people of what they're doing, see what's going on. It's just a big university right now. After that, it'll become a big financial system. After that, it'll become a big political system. That's the 3 steps. Inshallah, inshallah. right now, but it's not going to stop being the biggest university because we're going to have more babies and they're going to grow into it. Girls, have you ever thought that Muslims do not really rely on young girls anymore? Have you thought about this? Think about it. You know why? Because girls, heroes are not taught in our schools in Islam. Name any 5 sahabiyas, you will fail. So my daughter needs you. What's your name? Maham and Maryam. 2 names. 4 more names and my daughter is going to become a hero because she needs 5 names. And I mean it. I swear to God, I mean it. I need you guys to be known for your work, your written words, your books. You know that girl, what's her name? Greta? What's her name? I can't even pronounce this. Yeah, that girl. The whole country and the power of Israel came against one girl. How old is she? She's what now? She's in her 20s, right? What kind of 20 years can you spend on to make a girl like that? Where is she from? I'm assuming Sweden? Really? You know, the last time a Swedish boat with 12 girls went to Palestine, and they deported them. And then they were like, now we're going to make it 20. And then 20 girls went. What's Sweden doing? You know what they're doing? That's what they do. They mobilize their educational system, and their, egalitarian system is paying off some dividends. Muslims are not doing it. And Muslim countries are never going to do it. This is against the very benefit of the people who are running these countries. And Pakistan is not run by Pakistanis. Pakistan is run by 10 Downing Street, your country, and Washington, D.C. आसिफ साहब, आपको उस पर भी यकीन नहीं है? आपका चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ से लेके सेनेटर तक कौन रखता है? आपको यही नहीं पता कि नवाज शरीफ इंग्लैंड से प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेलेक्ट होकर पाकिस्तान गया था? तो आप पॉलिटिकल क्या है, ये क्यों समझते हो रियल नहीं है? पॉलिटिकल का मतलब रियल होता है सर। और आसिफ साहब, आप बिल्कुल ही आ रही हैं। और अमेरिका की 91वीं स्टेट है पाकिस्तान, क्या हो गया आपको? वी आर इंडिपेंडेंट? नो सर, हम इंडिपेंडेंट पाकिस्तानी हो ना, यू आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन सम साइकोलॉजी. Take yourself out of that psychology. Okay? I don't want to use any other word. You're too dependent. Yes. So what now? It's all right, man. It's okay. Let it marinate. Hold on. Not this way. I'm going to keep this on. Okay. Yeah, so everybody has this. What's the word? The QR code? Yeah. And everybody at the website? Yeah. Well, that's just a parting gift.
We need to do a quick reel for your parenting session.
Do it right now. So we're going in. Oh, let me. What is this? This is a brochure, How to Train Your. You know why I picked this name, right? Do you know why I picked this name? You cannot know. If you don't know that, then there's a big problem. Because your kids know that. Your kids told you the name. And your kids forced you to go. And you went. And I know. And it's okay. Your kids saw cartoons. What's the big deal? So we chose the name so that you would understand that unless you are inside the psychology, the current psychology of your children, you cannot parent your child. Your parenting workshop is on the 19th, inshallah, of July in London. You need to understand why we chose this name. Because we wanted to show the difference between the psychology of the current mommy and daddy and the current psychology of the children now. This is such an important way of making you guys understand, because आप सबको पता चल गया था इस मूवी का नाम, बिकॉज आपने नहीं देखा था, आप तो इंस्टाग्राम पे मरियम नवाज को देख रही थी. आपकी बेटे ने बताया था, मामी आई वांट टू गो एंड सी दिस. मरियम नवाज इससे बड़ा कार्टून है, ज़्यादा एंजॉय कर रही थी आप. ये छोटा कार्टून, वो बड़ों का कार्टून है, ये छोटों का कार्टून है. At least call a spade a spade. पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री में नवाज शरीफ जैसा हादसा नहीं हुआ. मगर what are we doing about it? Nothing. And I'm assuming you guys are PTI lovers, right? Shame on you guys. आपका लीडर जेल में पड़ा हुआ है, बैठे हुए एंजॉय करें लाइफ. वो बेचारा डंडे खा रहा है. पिछले 6 महीने से वो अकेली कोठरी में डाल दिया गया. अल्लाह बचाए पाकिस्तानियों के प्यार से ना, कहाँ टाइम पे गायब हो जाते हैं. Yeah. So cut the last portion, okay? You understand? So parenting workshop is on the 19th. Parenting workshop is on the 19th. This is why it's called How to Train Your Dragon. By the way, the marital problems workshop, the divorced women's club I call it, the marital problems workshop is also going to be called How to Train Your Dragon. Really? We call it, my narcissist husband. And then we were like, no, you know what? This is called How to Train Your Dragon Part 2. And that's not just your complaint. Men also complain. Tell me, sir, how to train my dragon. Because they're calling you like the woman who spews fire and venom all the time. Mariam? Maham, you got any sisters? Oh, here's your mother. I need to know their names through their work in less than 10 years. Inshallah. You need to understand, Maham, my daughter's name is Kirat. She needs to know a Maryam performing. I don't want to rely on Greta's. I need to rely on Maryam's name. How old are you? 19. You're literally my daughter's age. My daughter's Ursel. Kirat is 6. Ursel is 19. So you're 13? Okay, you're my son's age. So you need to understand, it's okay if I call you 19. Why is such a big deal? Come out of this little age thingy, okay? Come to the game of competence now. Your written word, your spoken word, okay, should amount to some part of Islam, inshallah. All right, guys. Anything else for parenting? 19th of July, parenting workshop in... it's going to be shown on the number and the address is going to be on the screen, inshallah. Okay? I'll see you there. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.